So Chief Burke, just so you know, we're gonna actually have an executive session and some of our new business items after the consent agenda. And so we'll do that in just a minute, but I will move you to right after the consent agenda so that you don't have to be online for an hour before we get to you, hopefully.
Awesome. I appreciate that.
Mayor, thank you for adjourning the cow for me. I heard my screen froze. So,
It did.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that went really well. I just real pleased with the presentation Diane provided and the guests that came. And we had, I don't know, quite a few of our citizens and other folks that knew Diane joined as well. That was nice.
It was definitely hard not to cry during that, for sure.
Oh my goodness. Very touching. Very personal.
And I apologize in my advance for my yawning. It's hit this afternoon. So as soon as I stop talking, it hits. I'm not really tired. It's just the way my body operates.
Hey, Steve. Steve, can you hear me? Are you here at the end of the meeting or not sure?
I'm here for the meeting.
Oh, so the police building?
Sure. Yep.
All right, great.
Well,
I'll be your backup.
She wanted to move that while the chief is here. I figure he may be leaving as early as possible to catch some Z's.
Yes.
So yeah.
Thank you.
Looks like we're still waiting on a couple of folks. So Councilmember Brudnicki and Councilmember Lingle. We'll get going in 1 minute. I know they are coming, but we've got a pretty loaded agenda, so we'll get going as quick as we can. And actually, I changed that because we're going to have an executive session at 7:30, so we do need to start rolling. So with that, clerk, I'm going to call the meeting to order at 7:04 p.m. And with that, if you could pull the flag up for the flag salute, that would be appreciated. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Councilmember Brudnicki is just connecting to audio. Councilmember Brudnicki, we're doing roll call.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Sure.
Councilmember McHenry,
Here.
Councilmember Remington,
Here.
Councilmember Hoag,
Here.
Councilmember Langle,
Here.
Councilmember Napland. Or sorry, did I get those two mixed up? I did, sorry, Napland.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And for anyone that's participating in the meeting as far as guests tonight, I do want to let folks know that we have some schedule rearranging that we've had to do to accommodate some schedules. So our order is going to become significantly changed. Public comment's going to be a little bit later so that we can get some other business in beforehand. So with that, for council, under additions and corrections to the agenda, hold on just a second. The one thing I didn't get printed from Jody is the additions and corrections. I got everything else taken care of. Under consent agenda, please add payroll for August 5th, 2021 in the amount of $303,750.08. Claims for August 2nd, 2021 through August 17th, 2021 in the amount of $825,820.57. We will move new business items 1, 2, and 3 up after the consent agenda, as well as unfinished agenda bill 21-80B. Following that item, we will be conducting a 20-minute executive session. Our employment attorney will be coming online. He's only available at 7:30, so we will need to accommodate that. And then we will have the King County Fire District 45 chief report following that. Then we will do comments for the audience and other reports. And we will be adding a new business item, agenda bill 21-87A under new business. It'll be item number 6. And I believe I've captured everything. So with that, do we have a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember McHenry, a second by Councilmember Hoag to approve this evening's agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And do we have a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second, McHenry.
Right, we have a motion by Councilmember Hoag, a second by Councilmember McHenry. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those
Aye.
opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And then with that, we will jump right into Agenda Bill 21-82A, an ordinance to amend Duval Municipal Code 2.08 Municipal Court. And it'll be, the presentation will also include Agenda Bill 21-83A, interlocal agreement for City of Issaquah Municipal Court Services. And this is a first touch. Council does not have to approve this evening, but we do need to approve by the next meeting. So with that, Chief DeBach.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the community. I'm Chief DeBach, Duval Police. I'm here to present Agenda Bills 21-82A and 21-83A. I would like to present them together this evening because they go hand in hand. 83A deals with the ILA with Issaquah Municipal Court for court services. And Agenda Bill 82A reflects the changes to our Duval Municipal Code if the ILA is approved. There's two main reasons for our request this evening for the move to Issaquah Municipal Court. The first is a convenience associated with our location of our contract services. City of Duval has contracts with a prosecutor, public defender, and misdemeanor court or misdemeanor jail services, which are all located within the city of Issaquah. With our current court services at NEDC and Redmond, there's long hours associated with travel time to and from. Second is the financial impact. By moving court services, this will prevent possible future expenses with our public defender and our prosecutor contracts should they be charging for travel time, which most do at this time. With Issaquah Jail being our detention facility, by moving court to Issaquah, it creates an additional cost savings regarding the transport of our prisoners. The Issaquah Jail does provide this service to transport prisoners to their court for a fraction of the cost that it costs Duval to have an officer outside the city for extended periods of time for these court appearances. There's additional cost savings regarding filing fees, revenues, and cost shares that are located within the agenda bill. There is no facility rent at Issaquah, and the non-filing costs are much less than they are at NADC. Both bills are within our contract budget, or our current budget, and if approved, they will go into effect on January 1st, 2022. And with all, right now, we're just respectfully requesting council to approve the mayor to sign these interlocal agreements with the city of Issaquah for municipal court services, and for council to approve to amend Duval Municipal Code Chapter 2.8, reflecting these changes. Is there any questions?
And I would first invite anyone from the Public Safety Committee if you'd like to speak to this. Councilmember Schaefer.
Yes, from talking, hearing a more detailed explanation from Public Safety Committee, from reading through the amendments, I see very little that's controversial here. It seems to me it's going to be a win-win situation for us. If there's any downside at all, I'm not aware of it, and I would be in favor of suspending the three-touch rule and actually getting this done with tonight, if possible. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Councilmember Brodnicki.
Yes, we did cover this in our meeting, and Lieutenant Sabrin explained the ILA and related ordinance changes that are being proposed and requested that it would be brought to the meeting. And as Councilmember Schaefer mentioned, that there wouldn't be any downside. And Lieutenant Sabrin did tell us, commented that it would be a good partnership for all the parties. So.
Thank you. Councilmember McHenry.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said by the other two committee members. This is pretty straightforward. So I just also think that we could go ahead and waive our three-touch rule tonight.
All right. Any objections to waiving the three-touch rule? And I'm not seeing any, so if someone would like to make a motion, and if it's okay, I would, since these are relatively linked together, I would suggest a motion to suspend the rules for both items, and then a joint motion to approve both simultaneously.
Here, Mike Remington.
Great, go ahead.
I move that we suspend our three-touch rule in preparation for approving both Agenda Bill 21-82A and Agenda Bill 21-83A as recommended by our police chief.
Second, McHenry.
All right, thank you. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Remington and a second by Councilmember McHenry to suspend the rules. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. I'd be happy to entertain a motion on either one or both agenda bills right now. Councilmember Schaefer.
Let's see, I move that we approve both Agenda Bill 2182A, and I'll go ahead and read what it is. Ordinance amend Duval Municipal Code 2.08 Municipal Court, and also Agenda Bill 2183A, Interlocal Agreement, City of Issaquah Municipal Court Services.
Do we have a second?
Second, McHenry.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Schaefer and a second by Councilmember McHenry to approve Agenda Bill 21-82A and Agenda Bill 21-83A. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Councilmember Naplin.
Just had a super quick question. I noticed that traffic violations and different things, currently they would be going to Redmond to, deal with their case. Now they'd have to be going to Issaquah. How many are those per year that, because I'm just thinking a lot of our residents, Redmond is more convenient probably for them, not for us, our police force who may have inmates, in Issaquah, but do you know how common that is? If this will become an aggravation for those who now have to drive 45 minutes to Issaquah rather than they work in Redmond and there it is.
Chief Tabak?
Yeah, so I don't have exact numbers, but back in 2019, we did get a comparison about how many citations were being processed through Redmond, and it was 276 infractions during that time frame in 2019. And I'm not sure how many people actually, fought those citations, so they did have a court appearance associated with that, but there was 276 citations actually filed through the court in 2019. I don't use 2020 because of the pandemic and it was, an odd year, but 2019 we were back to normal services, so that's about a rough estimate about how many we'd be writing and processing through the court.
But most of them don't have to appear.
Right, they can choose to either, pay the fine, appear in court, or they can get it waived and ask for that.
Okay, so realistically, probably relatively few actually have to show up in this.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
All right, any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving Agenda Bill 21-82A and Agenda Bill 21-83A, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. Next, we'll move on to Agenda Bill 21-84A, an interlocal agreement amendment for the South Correctional Entity for inmate housing services. Chief Tabak.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the community. Chief Tabak again. I'm here to present Agenda Bill 21-84A, which is an interlocal agreement amendment with the South Correctional Entity or SCORE Jail for their inmate housing services. Beginning on January 1st of 2022, the SCORE Jail will increase their bed rates by 3% and will add an additional new booking fee of $35. The City of Duval does not have a contract with with SCORE Jail for a guaranteed bed, and making the only budget amendment the 3% increase to the non-guaranteed bed rate. The price increase is $184 currently, and it'll go up to $189.52 per day. The city already budgeted for the $35 booking fee in the biennium budget, so that won't be an impact, and that's starting in January 2022. The City of Duval has an ILA with Issaquah currently for our guaranteed bed and uses SCORE as a secondary jail service. So this combined with jail bookings being down, we're not requesting any additional funds to be added to our police department jail budget. And we're respectfully requesting a quick one touch to approve and authorize the mayor to sign this interlocal agreement amending our current inmate housing services with the SCORE Jail.
Thank you, Chief Tabak. Does anybody have any questions for the chief? Seeing none, is council interested in suspending the rules to approve this evening?
Yes.
Councilmember Langle,
I make a motion to suspend the rules.
Second, Schaefer.
all right, we have a motion by Councilmember Langle, a second by Councilmember Schaefer to suspend the rules, to be able to suspend the rules for the three-stretch rule in order to vote on Agenda Bill 21-84A. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. With that, would someone like to make a motion on the agenda bill? Councilmember Langle,
Making a motion to approve agenda bill, let's see, I'm like AB 21-84A.
Second, Schaefer.
all right, we have a motion by Councilmember Langle and a second by Councilmember Shaver to approve agenda bill 21-84A. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. Moving on to the last item of business on the police department agenda here is unfinished agenda bill 21-80B. Chief DeBach and Public Works Director Lenishevsky.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Steve Lenishevsky, Public Works. Let me slide my screen over. I was not at the last meeting, but it was brought to our attention there were some questions asked. So we updated the agenda bill and provided a table as to attempt to list as many and as complete of hard and soft costs as we could. For the record, did I introduce myself again? Steve Lenishevsky, Public Works. I can share screen if I can find the button. So this table was a project add into the packet, and I tried to code it several ways. One, listing out each task in stack format. 2, showing a description. 3, putting a status in, i.e. whether it was required, whether it's recommended or non-applicable. Further coding of items that were included in the adopted budget with an asterisk. So we made some notes here. Items not eligible for bond or state proceeds, as pointed out by they're not grants per se, but our direct appropriations and then some of our bond proceed requirements. Those are demarcated with a plus. Reasonably work with our project management team on hours on the front end and back end, i.e. front end, getting things ready for quote or bid, depending on the type, as well as then implementation and construction management. Some of the hours also, if we made note of staff to install, using the hourly rates as adopted in our annualized hourly rate table. Say that fast 5 times. And then totals, some permit costs that we know, some we don't know. They are predicated on value of work. And then either a bid cost, which is bid publicly, or quote cost, which is quotes of work solicited, or still remaining as a staff estimate. So we did try to break this out into different buckets. So it's a little more understandable. And I know this may or may not be the desired total project cost or other acronym as you choose, but it's what we came up with without having a template at the time. It's honestly busier than I would hope for a template, but stepping back one step 2, right? We started with some work that needed to be done. We met at the PD, reviewed other items in some inspection reports, and after some third-party investigations of HVAC that was removed of our roof, there was several bad parts of the roof, up and including, I think we had 5 sheets of actual roofing to be replaced when we replaced the roof. So as you can tell too, some of these items are, I would say, more consumables, desks. So as we remove the desks from the officers' galley, they're in bad shape. It's more work in and out. I'd prefer not to bring them back in, and they are as old as the building, and they were bought used. So just trying to be reasonable on some of the needs of the team out there, making it a little more usable, i.e. a kitchen table that fits the shape so there's not a lot of wasted space, some new storage shed and some concrete work, the patio, a cover which is just for some refuse protection in the sun in the summer when they can actually sit outside. So anyway, I think we went over all the items at the previous meeting, but again, I wanted to provide some of those costs that were requested to the best of our abilities. I don't know if Chief, if you have anything you want to add before you take, I see a hand, at least one hand. He's still here, there he is.
I think you covered it pretty good, Steve. We do have, some items that we'd like to get taken care of, especially before the winter gets here. So that's the main focus of some of this request tonight.
Sorry, Mike. Yes, and good point. I did color code some of the things that we consider either safety needs and or weather related, i.e. roofing, windows, painting, exterior. So outside of that, I see one hand up, Councilmember Langle.
Councilmember, you're on mute.
Oh, and I should add.
Okay, great. Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the spreadsheet. I think it is a great first step forward. I do have some questions, but they're just clarifications for the most part. And then one other item. First thing, the flooring estimate of $56,000. Is that, I mean, I know the kitchen floor is in bad shape, but is that, what is included in that flooring? Is it the whole facility? You know, what's your approach on that, just so I understand?
Yeah, it's a, I would call it a reasonable flooring material at the chief's, not necessarily picking, because he and Alana went over a handful of selected types, but it is subfloor repair and actual replacement in the areas. It is not in the area where we, I don't know all the rooms by name, Chief, but you have a small like investigation room or a place where you keep things that you've confiscated. What's that word?
It's the evidence locker.
Thank you.
Evidence locker. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
And then
So basically it's the
the
whole
booking-
thing except a couple select spaces.
Yeah,
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Council members,
Okay.
the booking area is from the Sallyport Inn. It has already like, I won't call it hermetically sealed, but there's sealed flooring types with floor drains, and they're in great shape, as well as the cells, the two holding cells. So that area not also.
Yeah, that's great. I just wasn't quite sure how much we were doing. My next question, when I looked at the numbers, I wasn't quite sure. I'm going to assume that those included sales tax. Is that right?
I believe the quotes that were provided include sales tax.
Okay, great. Then I had a question about the ventilation hood, and I think I'm not quite clear. I mean, that's a lot of money for a basic kitchen ventilation hood. So I'm assuming that it has something to do with other ventilation in the building, because you talk about some ceiling tiles. Am I getting that right?
Nope, which is fine because it wasn't explained. So in working through all of these little tasks inside this building, doing the right thing, and the crew, I'm sorry, not the crew, but the officers handle evidence, right? It can be, maybe it's drugs, maybe it's not, ballistics, all those types of things. They have a workbench. So after the building official came in to kind of walk through some things with the staff to try to figure out what is and isn't necessary, that is a code requirement actually to have mechanical hood, filtration. So also the table they work on is the stainless table. So these are things discovered after the fact.
Okay.
You know, and I don't think unbeknownst to anybody, you know, nothing wrong in the past. Just like nobody ever noticed what the guys were doing. Oh, what do you do over here? What do you do over there? Because, you know, we're going to move everything. Does that have to go back? What do you do here? So great conversations to help, you know, just regular staff understand what our police officers do. But yeah, it's kind of like a chemistry lab area.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, and this is something I have brought up in the past, and I also mentioned to the mayor briefly today, is especially with the, well, let me just get out the public health department's quote, "We are not in the clear, and COVID-19 will be with us for the foreseeable future." We took the HVAC stuff out of the budget before, and I am still my inquiry is around HEPA filters. And I know, well, I shouldn't say I know. The research I've done so far is that HEPA filters are part of the new energy code that wouldn't necessarily apply to a retrofit. But I'm really concerned that our employees, you know, have HEPA filters, permanent HEPA filters in the spaces they work. And so with respect to both the police station and City Hall, I'm hoping, unfortunately, I concur that COVID is going to be with us perhaps for a very long time. And so that's not in your budget. And I just wanted to share with the council members that I am still hoping very much that we can have HEPA filters. I know that, again, based on some very basic research, I'm not an expert, I'm not a mechanical engineer, But if we have some kind of duct system, I believe they can be retrofitted for the HEPA. So I'd like to hear back at another meeting if that has been ruled out and or is not possible. I definitely hope that we can bring a higher quality filtration to all of our facilities. And then my last comment is that I'm really, really thankful that you took a stab at estimating staff time. It does move us in the direction of having a better understanding what our projects cost. And really the only unknown with this at this point does have to do with the locker rooms. And you identified that in the agenda, Bill, so that's very clear. And I guess you'll be getting back to us with that because it seems like that will put us over the $208,860 we are likely to some portion of which we would appropriate this evening.
Oh, Councilmember Lingo, I apologize for interrupting, but we will have to get into executive session in about 2 minutes.
Oh, that's my end of my comments, so I'm done.
I would say, Mayor, I would have no problem looking into HEPA filtration as an
Yeah.
add-on. Obviously, one council member can't direct. If there's a few more nods, no big deal. We'll get a quote, and we would have to come back anyway as far as any financial
Yeah.
amount. So if
Well-
there are a few more head nods, I'd be happy to add that to our to-do list. So
Yeah, the HEPA is a long-term goal for sure, and we're not where we expected to be right now. So
yeah, and I don't know if HEPA or UV are interchangeable for the other, but we'll look at options.
Councilmember Schaefer,
No, I was just giving my second to the HEPA filter for all of the
Yeah.
occupied city spaces.
that's the direction we'll definitely be heading if we get support from council, and it looks like there is. All right, did anybody have any other questions for Mr. Lenishevsky or Chief DeBach on this? I guess the next question is council ready to move this forward this evening or not? And if so, be happy to entertain a motion. Councilmember Schaefer,
Yeah, I move that we bypass the three Dutch rule and go ahead and approve this evening.
all right.
Mike Remington, second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Schaefer, a second by Councilmember Remington to suspend the rules in order to vote on Agenda Bill 21-80B. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And with that, do we have a motion for Agenda Bill 21-80B's approval?
I move we approve Agenda Bill 2180B.
Second, Brodnicki.
We have a motion by Councilmember Schaefer and a second by Councilmember Brodnicki. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. Thank you all very much for helping move along the PD agenda items quickly. And with that, we will be heading to a 20-minute executive session regarding legal risk of current or proposed action pursuant to RCW 42.30.110 sub 1 sub I. If it extends beyond 20 minutes, the clerk will receive a text and notify the public. So this meeting will continue. And after a return from executive session and a report from the fire chief, we will then resume our normal agenda with public comment. So we will see you all shortly.
For the record, this is Jody Wyckoff, City Clerk. The executive session has been extended an additional 7 minutes. And for our attendees, if you would please use the chat function to just enter your name if you intend to give public comment tonight. And we will call on you in order as I receive those chats. Again, just your name if you intend to give public testimony this evening. Thank you. For the record, this is Jody Wyckoff, City Clerk. The executive session has been extended an additional 5 minutes. For the record, this is Jody Wyckoff, City Clerk. The executive session has been extended an additional 5 minutes. For those attendees that have recently joined, if you would like to speak this evening under public comments, please use the chat function and just put your first name in, and I will call on you in the order as I receive the chat with your name in it. Thank you. For the record, this is Jody Wyckoff, City Clerk. The executive session has been extended an additional 5 minutes. For the record, this is Jody Wykoff, City Clerk. The executive session has been extended an additional 5 minutes.
So you guys just being really quiet? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, it was quiet.
Hey,
I
Jody,
can
just a
hear you.
reminder about restarting the recording. Okay, thank you.
Mike, I was just going to let you know that I added the one item for the council retreat to the top of the administrative report. So you'll go first when we get to that section during the meeting.
Okay, I think Ryan's going to talk about that.
Okay, it's on there. Okay,
Thank you for adding it.
yep.
Great. We still are waiting for Councilmember Schaefer, but we'll resume our meeting at 8:25 in the interest of time. And, oh, he is there. And we'll resume our meeting and move to our report from Chief Burke of Fire District 45.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On behalf of King County Fire District 45, we thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit of information. In the interest of time, I'll try to be brief here. Going with calls, we had 111 in July, which is slightly above our average of 104 for the month. Our busiest July was in 2009 when we ran 119 calls. July responses included helping a crew with Eastside Fire's Cedar Hills Fire. With a year-to-date total of 701, that ties the record for the same time period in 2019. As of today, we've run 59 calls in August. Wildland season is alive and well, and even though we're just now nearing, I guess, the peak, we have already deployed numerous times. We've had overhead to the Bootleg Fire, overhead to the Lick Creek Fire. The brush truck went to the Northrop Canyon Fire, and also to the Hardesty Valley Fire. Overhead to the Middle Fork Complex Fire, and they're still on that. We have another overhead unit, part of the command staff at the Summit Trail Fire, and they're still there. And then the brush truck and tender both responded to the Whitmore Fire. So already that's an uncanny amount or number of wildland deployments that we've had at this time during the year. Moving on, at our last Board of Fire Commissioners meeting last week, the commissioners approved a full FTE for IT support. We were previously in a contract with Woodinville Fire for a 0.3 of their FTE. We shared the employee, and with the merger with Eastside Fire, our IT was at risk, and so we were able to convert that to a full FTE, and we've extended an offer to the employee who was managing our IT for us with Woodinville. Hopefully he'll be on board on October 1st. I'd like to congratulate the city and the police department for a successful representation in the National Night Out campaign. Our crews were very happy to have been included, so thank you for that. Lastly, under the heading of retirement, as I mentioned last month, I'm retiring at the end of this month and joining my family in Texas. DC Erskine has agreed to be the interim chief while the district conducts a national search. The board is hopeful to have a new chief appointed by the first of the year. As this is my last presentation to council, I would like to thank the city for their collaboration and engagement over the years. I have very much appreciated your support as we work together for a better and safer community. Beyond the professional relationships, I'm equally grateful for the friendships. I'm very proud to have been a part of those working to ensure that our community receives the best possible service. So thank you for 18 great years. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
I'll kick it off and just say, Chief Burke, it has been an absolute pleasure to get to know you over the last decade plus. And you've done an excellent job at the fire district. And definitely the personal relationships are a bonus of having you here in the city of Duval, and you will be missed. And I wish you all the best in Texas, and definitely hope to visit and have some barbecue if I make it down to your neck of the woods. And I wish that we could all gather together and have a big celebration for you. But I also know you are humble, like our retired police chief Hurt, and like things small. And I know that this is about all the recognition you prefer. So thank you for everything, and you're going to be missed.
Thank you.
Councilmember McHenry, and then Brodnicki.
Just want to echo that. Thank you so much for all of the things you've done, your service, and I just wish you the best of luck on this next chapter in your life.
Thank you very much.
Chief Burke, we've been working together for years and years, and I'm sad to see you go, but I'm very excited that you're going on to another chapter and to be with your family and enjoying Texas. And I just want to say I really appreciated the way you led, practical. I felt so confident with your advice throughout the years, and I just really felt safe in my city knowing that you were at the helm leading. So I really appreciate your leadership throughout the years. You will be missed, and I'll be sad to not be sharing my Texas Sooner Oklahoma stories with you anymore.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Hoag, Schaefer, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
So I know that we first met when I called you very upset about fireworks many years ago. And so I just appreciate that you were always there to listen and, help and give advice. And I know that you will be really missed around here. And I too wish that we could see you face to face to say goodbye. But good luck with being with your family. That will be nice.
I appreciate that. And I will say that if the COVID ever settles down a little bit, I'm hopeful to be back up maybe next summer. And I would love an opportunity to visit with anybody that would like to.
Excellent. Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, and I just want to kind of reiterate, Chief, I've only known you a few months. I've thoroughly enjoyed all of the conversations and input that you've had in these meetings. It's been highly educational for me. But mostly what I want to say is I was in the same boat as you just a few months ago. I retired at the end of last year. I have not regretted it a bit, nor will you. You will have an absolute great time in retirement and enjoy your family and hobbies and everything else.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor.
You.
Well, Chief Burke, you know how much we deeply care about you. You have made a difference in our community. You've certainly made it safer. You have had such an impact both in your early career and certainly in your leadership as fire chief, taking care of our citizens. So many of the correspondence I see regarding the fire department is just so positive about you and the personnel. So we certainly are wishing you the very best. I'm excited to spend more personal time with your family. And knowing you, I'm sure you're going to be off and running and doing other things as well. And so I expect to see you continuing to contribute in your service to communities. So thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing none, no further questions or comments. Chief, we'll see you in the future or on Facebook, one of those places.
Sounds great. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll move on to public comment, and I want to thank the members of the audience that are likely here to speak tonight for your patience, and as we've had to rearrange our schedule this evening. With that, we're going to do things a little bit differently because there are 20 attendees, which is a high number for us. So we are going to utilize the chat. The clerk is going to ask if you could put your name in the chat if you would like to speak, and the clerk will call on you in order. And you can go ahead and start doing that now. And then for every person that speaks, you'll have 3 minutes. We ask that you provide your name and address, and you can speak to any topic you wish. So with that, we can go ahead and begin comments from the audience.
I've already gotten 3 chats while you were in executive session. So first up is Elizabeth Hill, and I just got to find her so I can, there she is, allowed to unmute and begin her public comment. Elizabeth, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, it's my understanding that I'm allowed to read this into the record. But I sent it in writing as well. Most arts organizations are struggling during COVID-19. Many are no longer operational. DFA does not have the money to move the tent and the barn contents to another location, and we've been communicating that to the city for a number of years. DFA was not included or involved in the city's decision to encourage Westcott to sell the C1 parcel. And even though DFA is part of the development agreement, otherwise known as the tri-party agreement, DFA has been told by Westcott that DFA will be receiving a notice regarding DFA removing the tent and its contents when the C1 parcel sells. Then I provided some information, a link to our website, a video of the tent going up, several letters, a letter that's representative of other letters that we have from the city supporting our efforts to get grant money. Some artists, nationally known artists at For Culture paid to help us with the wood. And then a summary of the money that we got from For Culture to disassemble the barn, protect the wood, and get it ready for reuse for the project. And it totals $221,000. And then just a statement that, DFA did not anticipate the city's actions. And now we're looking at options of what we can do given our situation. And it looks like I have a minute left. So with that, I want to say it's important to me, and I think other people on the DFA board, that we, to the extent possible, retain good personal relationships with various council members that we have known for long and shorter times, as well as staff members. And at the same time, we want to communicate that this has really been a pretty big, put DFA in a big crisis. And it really, I think, demonstrates that we just have never been able to establish an effective working relationship with the city. That's the end of my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Clerk Wyckoff? And
I'm sorry.
And I will say I have a timer now set up on my phone, so I will make sure that we stopwatch folks.
Perfect. Next up is, and I apologize if I say your last name wrong, Ken Albinger.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm residing at 14802 4th Place here in Duval. I wanted to speak to support of the city's effort to require vaccination of employees to help protect our city, our staff, their families, and the public who were all pledged to serve and protect. Since the more virulent Delta variant of COVID is surging in our unvaccinated population, and since the vaccine is effective in drastically reducing spread and severity of infection, we as a community need to take that final step in requiring our city employees to be vaccinated. The city has held off through the previous waves of infections, and we appeared to have escaped the worst of the pandemic. But now that the Delta variant has caused a new surge in infections, serious illness, and mounting deaths, we must do all we can to defeat this public health crisis. And vaccinations have proved the most effective for public exposure alongside of masking and distancing. Our city employees serve the residents by phone and online as much as possible, but still required to show up and interface with the public when required without much notice. City staff that are vaccinated are at increased risk from those who have not yet vaccinated, and it causes fear and lack of safety, which undermines the city's ability to effectively serve us. I urge the council to follow the state of Washington, King County, and many other municipalities and private businesses in implementing a mandate for vaccination with proper medical and religious exemption guarantees. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Albinger. Clerk, the next one.
Next is Carol Kufelt.
Hi, this is Carol Kufelt. I live at 15111 286th Avenue Northeast. I'm also the owner of Valley Mail. And I'm speaking to the vaccination mandate. I fully support the mayor's decision to require vaccinations for all city employees because leadership flows from the top down, and in serving the public, the ideal is to provide a safe environment for citizens and staff. This requirement is not out of the norm, as the state and federal government are asking the same of their employees. As a citizen and small business owner, I applaud this decision. And I would also like to say that as a small business owner, having something like this come from the city makes it easier for us to enforce a mask mandate in our businesses as well and not have so much pushback from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kufelt. Clerk, are there others?
That is the last person who signed up through chat. I believe that it's possible that some folks may not be able to. So would you like me to allow anyone else to speak just in case?
Yes, we can do that. And then I will just, if folks do want to speak, if you can unmute yourselves and go through the same process, that would be fantastic.
Okay, I am starting now. Everybody that has not spoken yet is now allowed to speak. So if anyone is in attendance that has not already spoken and wants to, they can unmute themselves now.
All right. So I'm looking, I'm not seeing any, oh, I do see one unmuted by the name of Roger. So you are welcome to go, and you will have 3 minutes. And go ahead and please introduce yourself and your address, and 3 minutes will be your time.
Well, greetings, everyone. My name is Roger Jones. I live at 28517 Northeast 153rd, at least for the next 3 weeks, and then my wife and I are moving, unfortunately. But I just wanted to echo the comments by the first speaker and Carol. I had no intention of speaking, but I did want to. I thought that both of those comments were very well spoken, and I think that I'd like to just echo those comments. I think that they were both, particularly the first speaker was very eloquent in what he said, and I just thought those were great comments, and would like to echo those myself.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak this evening? I'm not seeing any unmuted, but I'll give it another 15 or 20 seconds here. And I'm not seeing anyone unmuted, so I will take that as there are no more verbal comments for the audience. The clerk does have several comments to read into the record. I'll give her a quick moment so that she can remove the audience from the panelists and thank those that were able to come in person and provide comment, and thank again those people that are in attendance that aren't normally at our meetings. So when the clerk is ready, we'll let her go ahead and read. Clerk,
and
you are.
I'm on mute. Yes, I know. Okay. I'm going to read these in order as they were received via email. All comments were forwarded to council in full. If time does not allow for me to read the full comment, I will try to summarize the best I can.
So,
The
and
first-
just a quick clarification, clerk, it looks like Mr. Albinger and Ms. Kufelt sent emails as well, so those will not need to be read into the record, just for
Correct.
clarification.
Yep, I took those out of the pile. Okay, so the first one is from Will Chappelle. Honorable Mayor Okalander, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I made the choice early on to get fully vaccinated for COVID-19 because I felt that the risk of the experimental vaccination outweighed the risk to my clients who covered the demographic gamut. As a past medical professional and almost Dr. PH in epidemiology, I am very pro-vaccine and believe that technology is the way forward in a myriad of endeavors. I also believe that I am right in the foregoing opinion. I believe that I have the data to back that up, empirical evidence to assert my claim, and reams of scientific literature that point to vaccinations in general and the mRNA-based vaccine specifically as being good and viable preventative measure to address, treat, and in many cases prevent COVID-19. So firmly entrenched in my position, why would I feel the need to force people on the threat of their livelihood to do as I say? I am either right and should rely on the science and my pros to convince the vaccine hesitant, or my position is mediocre and barring any real persuasive arguments, I must evolve into threatening to get my way. This is now the position of the city government of Duval, as well as many governments around the world. You are stymied by the fact that vaccination rates are not to some arbitrary number. And instead of addressing the questions and concerns of the vaccine hesitant, you fall back to the quick and easy path, the path of force and coercion. Wisely, you realize that you have no authority over the citizens of the city, so instead you have decided to consider forcing medical decision on our employees with the threat of termination. And I say our employees because you were elected to hire the best available to run the city. And if they are not the best, then are you not derelict in your responsibility? You must consider your actions when you vote for this. What employees are you willing to lose because they stand up for their own medical agency? And woe to you if you can answer that question. That means that you are derelict in your elected duty and should be recalled. Finally, why would the city take on this type of liability? You are requiring our employees to take an experimental vaccination that the FDA has not even approved because of some political wrangling in Olympia or DC. What happens if the long-term effects of this vaccine are worse than advertised? This is a new technology with no long-term use trials for reverse transcriptase mRNA-derived treatments. I was willing to take that risk based on my associative factors, but why should I assume everyone should? The FDA certainly does not, or it would be fully vetted and approved. By the city of Duval mandating COVID-19 vaccinations to city employees, they are open to all the liability associated with that decision in perpetuity with no recourse. It would be unfathomable for an employer to force a medical decision on an employee in almost any other circumstance. Up until 2020, medical privacy and personal agency were among our highest ideals. Let's restore that and strengthen individual liberty, personal choice, and free agency in the city of Duval. A no vote here sends a message to the community that that we value individual freedom over subjugation. A yes vote shows me that you are not worthy to represent me, and it is time for you to leave. The next comment comes from Zane Rutledge. Hello, I am not available to attend the virtual meeting on August 17th, but I want to show my support for any action taken by our local government to implement a strict guideline for our city, including mandatory masking indoors in public places and a requirement for all city employees to be vaccinated. It's becoming very clear in the past few weeks, we need to take every precaution to fight this deadly virus. I believe our community will be on board to contribute to the collective cause. Duval has been my home for 30 plus years. Let's get together and set an example for our community and country. Thanks. Next comment is from Jason Kuhn. Honorable Mayor Okalander, Mayor Pro Tem, and Duval City Council members. I've learned of a proposal to implement a mandate for all Duval City employees to either receive a COVID-19 vaccination or face termination of their employment with the city. I am writing to express my opposition to this proposal. Government at all levels exists to serve the needs of its constituents, not to coerce or intimidate people to make personal medical decisions at the threat of loss of employment and livelihood. I urge you to pass on this temptation to devolve into tyranny, in parentheses, the unreasonable or arbitrary use of power, end parentheses. Your role in the city government is to manage the affairs and infrastructure of the city. You have no right to influence the personal medical decisions of anyone, including your employees. Demanding vaccination of your employees demonstrates that you have no trust in them to act responsibly. So much damage has already been done to government credibility at state and federal levels. Please don't extend that to the city level as well. Please take a stand for personal freedom and individual responsibility by voting against this proposal. Respectfully, Jason Kuhn. The next comment was forwarded to me by Mayor Okalander from Lori Bailey. Amy, I'd like to say I support the vaccine mandate for city employees. Thank you for all you do for Duval. The next was forwarded from Jason Powell through Sean Tozer to me. If the city council authorizes / approves a COVID-19 vaccine mandate as a condition of continued employment, the union will vigorously represent the membership. We will submit a detailed information request as well as a demand to bargain over the decision and impacts / effects of the decision to force against the will of employees a vaccine which at this point is only approved under an emergency use authorization versus being fully FDA approved. There are many things the union will need to fully understand from the city prior to these negotiations occurring, and we sincerely hope the city doesn't plan to unilaterally implement this power grab of medical choice prior to fully and in good faith participating in their obligations to bargain with your union. Jason Powell. The next comment is from Rose Hollis. To whom it may concern, for the record, my husband Ken Hollis and I support the decision by our mayor to require all City of Duval employees to be vaccinated. I strongly oppose any motion to recall her from office for this reason or any other imagined malfeasance. The next comment is from Haley Connor. Dear City Council of Duval, I'm writing in response to the proposal to mandate COVID-19 vaccination as a condition of continued employment for those employed by the City of Duval and affiliated unions. I am not a member of the above population, but rather an enthusiastic member of our wonderful community with a deep-rooted interest in protecting the nuances of our unique town. First, please allow me to diffuse any preconceived notions about who I may or may not be, as labels create bias and can block the flow of valuable information. I am not a political extremist, an anti-vaxxer, or any other divisive or trendy label. I am a mom, wife, dedicated community member, and professional in the health and wellness space who values objective data and critical thinking. While the last 18 months have been a time of confusion, fear, and frustration for most or all, we can agree that the information and guidance dispersed by the media, CDC, and government bodies, both locally and federally, have often been conflicting. Studies show masks don't work. Others show there may be marginal benefit. High-up individuals like the Vice President of the US stated adamantly months ago that they would never take a quote unquote rushed vaccine, and now they are urging all who are able to get it. My point here is to note that the environment of COVID is dynamic and to acknowledge that unfortunately there is not a single person or entity who has all the answers yet. With that being said, it would be irresponsible to bury our heads in the sand or only open our eyes to one pillar of information, knowing that the information changes rapidly. When I gave birth to our second daughter in March of 2020, I witnessed people not being let into the hospital because they had masks on. Fast forward a few months later, and nobody could buy a pack of gum without a face covering. The landscape of guidance and research with regard to vaccines has shifted equally as rapidly, leaving many to form a difficult conclusion. We must take in all the information available, seek out information not widely projected, and put the pieces of the puzzle together ourselves to make the very best decisions possible for our families. Every human and their personal health are different, and there are many medical conditions that one may have that would make an experimental mRNA prophylactic like the COVID vaccine too high risk, some of which include AFib or blood clotting disorders or history of adverse vaccine reaction. For those who know they have such conditions, they may be able to get a valid and compelling medical exemption to protect them from a vaccine mandate, ultimately protecting them from unnecessary risk. But what about those who have such conditions but are not aware? Will the city of Duval pay their medical bills if they have a rare but extreme adverse reaction? If an employee has a neurological event or dies after receiving the COVID vaccine, will the city pay their mortgage and cover all life expenses when their permanent disability and life insurance policies don't pay out? I'd like to assume the answer is of course, because that would be a thoughtful and caring answer, but logically, I don't know the small town could financially shoulder such a blow. Ultimately, the mandating of COVID vaccines should not be a decision based on emotions or feelings, but rather on risk-reward assessment. Facts are as follows. To date, there has been one COVID death reported for Duval, a person over the age of 80, may they rest in peace. To date, there have been 294 confirmed cases in Duval, about 3% of the population. To date, all data from cases, hospitalizations, positivity rate, and deaths are lower for Duval than King County averages. In East King County, 92% of residents 12 plus have received at least one dose of a COVID vaccine. The above data allows you to objectively and confidently conclude a low risk profile for the city of Duval. Given this conclusion, forcing anyone to receive a vaccine against their will as a condition of employment, ultimately a condition of their livelihood and that of their family, is unnecessary. Instead of mandating vaccines as a condition of employment, the city would be better served to take more accommodating and less risky measures in support of health, such as creating thorough policy around zero tolerance for coming to work sick and taking actionable steps towards supporting work from home efficiency, encouraging healthy living and leading by example with vaccines, hand washing, annual checkups, and nutrition, and supporting paid time off for those who receive the vaccine experience adverse reaction. I sincerely trust that the council cares very deeply about the safety of Duval, the subsequent employees, and the community as a whole. However, mandating that employees receive an injection that is still in the experimental phases, for which long-term side effects are still years from being known, to a population of people whose medical history is not known, is not a demonstration of such care. Rather, it would be high risk and low reward unnecessary overreach, the consequences of which could be catastrophic. Finally, I urge council to consider that those opposing vaccine mandates as a condition of employment are not doing so to protect their right to get people sick. Rather, they are doing so to protect their right to informed medical consent and to make decisions for their own health based on their own private health information. Consider your own health and the aspects of it for which you would not want to be dictated by anyone or even known by anyone. Maybe it's mental health history, reproductive history, medication history, or other. Whatever it is, it's your business, not your employer's, and it's never appropriate for an employer to tell you what you must do with your body or risk termination. Thank you for considering my comments. I invite you to contact me anytime with additional questions, thoughts regarding this topic. Two more. Next one is from Sarah Becerro Garcia. Hello, I just read the petition by Will Chappelle in the Duval community page to flood your email with petitions not to force employees to vaccinate. I don't wanted to write to let you know that I 100% support the mandate myself. I am a teacher myself, and I am not looking forward to being in an atmosphere where there are some who have not been vaccinated. My school is requiring all of us, including students over 12 years old, to be vaccinated. So I think that it is the right approach, with exclusions for medical and religious reasons, of course. So though you might be swamped with email to the contrary, I wanted to let you know that at least I support the mandate. I am sorry I cannot be at the town meeting, but I hope others in the community will also support it. It is ridiculous to equate the good of the community with lack of freedom. Thanks. The last one I received today via email was from Marcy Decker. I am writing in with concern for the freedom of medical choice that is being threatened to our City of Duval employees. I am opposing the mandate of this policy, not because I am anti-vax, but because I am for consent of individual choice for any type of medical procedures, in this case, injecting a non-FDA approved vaccine. Moving forward on this is threatening the livelihood and sole income, Moving forward on this is threatening the livelihood and sole income to many city employees and officers that put their time and love into this community. I believe this is a complete overreach of government and unconstitutional. Will the city be held responsible for adverse side effects of this forced vaccine? Thank you for your time. That is the final written public comment that was received via email today.
Thank you, Clerk Wyckoff, and thank you for everyone that shared your thoughts with the city today. So we will go ahead and move on to scheduled items. First up is Mayor's report. I don't have a lot to report as I have been tied down in research and discussions and policy development of the policy we'll be discussing over the next 2 weeks. So for the public, there has been significant amount of research and discussion that has occurred over the last few weeks. I do want to make note again of a wonderful National Night Out. I think that Officer Benjamin of the Duval Police Department did an absolutely fantastic job organizing. And in fact, I was a little skeptical, having run countywide National Night Out programs in the past, of us being able to get to all 8 locations within a 2.5-hour period in a caravan. And not only did we do it, under his leadership, we were able to have a decent amount of time to talk to people each one. It was fantastically run and organized, and I just want to express my public thanks to Officer Benjamin for the work and effort that went into that. And I hope I speak for council when I say how much fun it was to all be together. That was the first day that we all did our part in wearing masks, even when outside, and it was muggy and it was gross. But after seeing a couple of hundred people, I think many of us were probably thankful to have had that mask as we see things change around us. So thank you all for participating as well on council. Of note, Cass Holdeman is hoping that as many council members as possible will go to Summer Stage tomorrow night. I think we all know that the rest of the series is uncertain at this point, depending on anything that may come out from Seattle King County Public Health. And also just a reminder that this is the 20th anniversary of the Summer Stage series, of which Cass has been our ringleader of it for most of that time. I hope that at the end of the Summer Stage that we can find an opportunity to honor her for all of her work over the years, especially the work that she did last year during the pandemic to plan the concerts, even though we didn't know if we were going to be able to have them, just so that if we did get that go ahead and things got better, as our hope was that we would have had that for the community. So many folks, I don't think, realize that she did all of that work that felt like for naught, but then was able to come back and develop our shortened series for this year. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to council reports. And I will make a note, I did forget to ask if there were any council members individually that wanted to speak tonight. So if you do want to speak, I'll just ask that we do that after the council reports from the committees and before administration. And I want to make sure that you all have that opportunity to speak as well. So we'll move on to first committee is Finance and Administration with Chair Remington.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything new to report. We canceled our last meeting with several absences. Our next meeting is scheduled for this Thursday from 3 to 4 in the afternoon, and I'll report after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Land Use with Chair Hoag.
Nothing new to report. Thank you.
Public Safety with Chair Brodnicki.
Okay, I'm sorry, we have a long report. We covered a lot of things, and I'll try to make it short because some of those items were covered tonight with agenda bills. So first on the agenda that we covered, well, let me say that in attendance was myself and Councilmember McHenry, Councilmember Schaefer, ICA Cotton, and Lieutenant Sabern at the meeting, which was on July 27th at 12:57, at 11:30 a.m. till 12:57. So we did cover police recruitment. We were updated on that. And Lieutenant Sabern provided updates on current status of officers that were recently hired. And as you know, the newest officer was sworn in on 7/28. And Councilmember Schaefer offered to assist with candidate interviews if needed. So the process of recruitment is still ongoing and has been challenging for a variety of reasons. And then we did discuss the SCORE amendment tonight, so I won't be covering that. And then we did discuss the police take-home car program. Lieutenant Saburn provided a brief overview of the history of the take-home vehicle policy and how it came about and where it is today. ICA Cotton requested that Lieutenant Saburn show the committee a report he generated after interviewing several key people involved. And so Lieutenant Saburn will be sending the report out to the committee for further review. I believe we did receive that. And Councilmember Schaefer then asked questions about how the program would work, specifically if officers have the vehicles full-time and how it works with their personal vehicles. Lieutenant Saburn then explained that the officers only take the vehicles home on their workdays and leave their personal vehicles in the designated police parking spots near the PD building. So ICA Cotton confirmed that there are no real impacts with that as long as officers are following the policy that's in place. And Lieutenant Saburn then discussed how important this program is to the PD. And so that was probably the longer conversation that we had. Then we covered the ILA with the City of Issaquah Court Services, and we did discuss that tonight, so I won't have to cover all of that. Then we went on to discuss legislative bills related to the police reform, and Lieutenant Saburn discussed a few of the new legislative bills, how they impact services. Additionally, Lieutenant Saburn explained how PD has prepared staff for the changes. The committee requested that PD provide council with thoughts and recommendations so they can advocate for clarification if needed. Councilmember Schaefer stated that he is in support of optional additional officer training if need be. The committee reiterated that the council needs to know what the PD needs so they can help with more in the future. So that was sort of the conversation that we had in regards to reform, which is going to be a long ongoing process, I'm sure. Additional items, Lieutenant Saburn met with Dr. Smith from Riverview School District to discuss full-time and part-time SRO contracts. And Dr. Smith requested very little changes to both contracts and emphasized his support for our department and our partnership with the Riverview School District. So that is pretty much everything that we covered. And if you have any questions, I guess, well, Chief DeBach is not here, so, but the other committee members are here too, can answer as well.
Great, thank you. And does anyone have any questions for Chair? Seeing none, thank you for the report. We will move on to Public Works with Chair McHenry.
Thanks. There's no update this time.
Thank you. And ad hoc committees, do we have any updates on council procedures?
We do. Thank you, Mayor. So our last meeting was August 9th. Those in attendance were our city clerk, Jody Wyckoff, Ryan Cotton, and Amy McHenry. And Jody was kind enough because myself and Diane Brudnicki could not be there, so she took notes for the meeting. They did review the language that relates to council requests of staff. And that's, I believe it's 3.1 in the procedures manual, and it's something we'll be bringing to full council. And we do have another meeting scheduled for this week for Thursday at 3:30. We'll be working on chapters 4 through 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair McHenry, do you have any human services updates?
No updates.
Perfect. Thank you. Moving on, did any council members that I failed to ask if they would like to speak this evening like to speak? So Ms. Councilmember McHenry and then Councilmember Hoag.
Thank you. So just really quick, this was meant for our Cal good of the order, but we ran out of time. So I just wanted to get an idea from council who was in favor of possibly looking at some interim committee procedures or policies. Councilmember Langle and I had a discussion, and I know that the procedures committee will be working on that, but that we discussed prior that all of council would like to weigh in, as we've all had experience in the committees. And so what works, what doesn't, what should we be, implementing as rules, so to speak. So Councilmember Langle and I discussed that it might be a good idea to have some interim rules until we get to that point, because quite some time could pass. And I think already we might have some ideas on what to do. The key being we want to keep it simple. So I guess I just wanted some head nods or idea if council supported bringing that to a future COW, where maybe Councilmember Langle and I could put our heads together and come up with a proposal. See if some thumbs up. Okay.
You got it.
So I guess you'll see that at a future COW. And then I just went ahead and put together some dates. Big thank you to Sherry James for always keeping me on task with council chats. I won't say them here. Well, I could just quickly, September 14th, October 21st, November 19th, but don't write them down. I will email you all, and then they will also be uploaded on the city Facebook page as events. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think it was Councilmember Hoag, you had your hand up, correct?
I did. So thank you, Mayor. I attended my last flood control district advisory committee meeting this last week, and we've prepared the transmittal of recommendations to the King County Flood Control District for the 2022 annual budget and the 2022 to 2027 6-year capital improvement program. There was one thing that is new to our recommendations, and it had to do with equity and social justice. So I just thought I'd let you know that was something that was talked about and brought up during this, is equity and social justice and flood risk reduction. And so if you want, I'm happy to send the recommendation letter to the council so you can look it over, and to staff. So that's it.
Thank you. Any other council members? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the administration update with our interim city administrator, Ryan Cotton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, I want to update you on the retreat, and I understand we didn't get to that in COW. Perhaps there's a different way of dealing with it later this agenda, but I'll just give you a synopsis, and we'll see if you would like more detail, as well as the city administrative recruitment process, which is going well. So I want to share my screen and show you the PowerPoint, and then I know that Deputy City Administrator Thomas has a very good report. So let's see, we will hit a button. And then that. And are you seeing anything yet? Sounds like the answer is no.
No.
Let me try something different then. Jody, you have it in the presentation. Would you be able to assist?
Let me go grab it really quick.
Thank you. Next slide.
Did it move? Oh, there it goes.
So I really would like to brief you on the administrative recruitment, the retreat, and the selection process. So let's start out with the recruitment process. We've had the advertisement out since late July. We've had 3,400 views of the application webpage, 900 views of LinkedIn. There's a newsletter that goes out that I didn't put here, but It gets 6,000 subscribers, and that's gone out twice. There's been roughly 4 dozen personal contacts that I've made, and we have 30 applications to date. Not all 30 are equally qualified, of course, yet we do have enough that I'm confident that we will get a person that you are, that you like and will fit Duval. And I do not see the need to extend out the deadline, which is next Tuesday, given the people I've talked with and the applications we already have. Nevertheless, it's always helpful to spread the word. Word of mouth makes sense. And they can go to that website, govhrjobs.com. And this is especially to people who are listening. You let your friends or neighbors, friends or acquaintances know that might be qualified. Maybe if they live somewhere else in the nation and want to return to Washington, that's oftentimes one route to good, successful, new employed professionals. So deadline next Tuesday. I'm going to come back to the selection process at the end, but I want to cover the retreat because it's integral to that. Day one of the retreat would be on Friday, September 10th at 5:30 p.m. for a buffet dinner, light dinner at McMenamins. And they have a nice facility. I want to thank Jody and her team, City Clerk, for making those arrangements. And at that night would be the Colby Work Styles Assessment professionals, 2 of them, who would moderate a conversation about how you as a team function and can function in ways that maybe you didn't realize, given some of the strengths and how you like to approach the work you do representing the community. You should have already gotten a request to respond to a short survey and an opportunity to meet with a consultant on one-on-one to understand your personal results, which will then inform everyone when we come together to do that collectively. Has anyone had, I'm going to pause there, has anyone had trouble with getting a link or did not get a link or anything else associated with that? Hearing none, just let me know if you do and we'll sort that out. Day 2 would be in Duval at the depot, most likely. I know that's being sorted through, given some technology needs by the city clerk, because we hope to connect with Councilmember Brodnicki during that time, because one of the, in addition to looking at the ARPA funds and talking about visioning, we'd hope to talk about the council procedures manual and how that's shaping up. And some of what Councilmember McHenry just said, of course, would relate to that. I say 9 a.m.-ish because there is a 9/11 ceremony taking place at the same location, basically. And I'm certain that you'll probably want to participate, and that is going to start at 8:30. I'm not sure how long it will go. So that's pretty much my report on the retreat. And since that was a COW report, I think I'll just pause there to see if there's any questions you have or suggestions you'd like to make on that. Mayor Okerlander and Mayor Pro Tem Remington have contributed from time to time on how this has evolved. So I'd appreciate any thoughts you have as well.
Councilmember McHenry.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. I know I brought this up before, Ryan, when we were talking, but so the plan as of right now is we are still meeting in person. Can I assume that we are going to use masks, and what's the process for that? I know our clerk had mentioned there was an outdoor area as well. So as long as the weather's good, I guess that would help.
We anticipate eating outdoors, similar to Chief Hurt's reception. The indoor session, under our policy, it's my understanding we would be wearing masks. If someone thinks differently, we can discuss, but I think that's what our policy is right now.
Thanks.
It is. Yeah, it is. And it's the King County recommendation as well. Even though we're meeting as a private group, it is a public meeting as well as a public space. So therefore masks should be worn.
And same with day 2. So that's not what we intended initially, obviously, but we all know why. Anything else before I move to the third item?
Well, one question, Ryan, back on the city administrator recruitment. Of the 30 applications, approximately how many of those do you think are well qualified?
I couch this because on paper, I would say 9. But once we begin the process, that often
Sure.
changes quickly.
Sure.
So I think with another week to go, I think we'll end up around 35 with probably 10 to 12 qualified candidates.
Okay, that's good news. Thank you.
All right.
I'm not sure if you can see me.
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. I'm curious how many of the applicants are local, as in, maybe Washington State or Western Washington, and then of the ones you preliminarily deemed highly qualified, how many of those are local?
I've not done that detailed analysis yet.
Oh.
Yet most are from Washington.
Okay.
And the individuals that I think are some of the best qualified, one is outside of Washington now, but did work here for many years and would like to relocate. And 2 have worked in nearby communities and are very familiar with the Snoqualmie River Valley.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I'll move on to the selection process, and I'm detailed here, not because I want to, I guess because I want to make sure everything works well and there's no mishaps. Between the 24th and the 7th, I'll be doing quite a bit of reading and doing what Rick asked me about. I'll also be involving at least one member of the department head team, and I know Mayor Ockerlander, and I would like to have some council input. And I don't think it's a surprise, but Councilmember Schaefer, you've been nominated. So we will keep you in the loop as to how that will go.
Okay.
On the 7th of, I've asked the city attorney, and he said it's possible to have an executive session. So the council can get a look at the best, let's say 10 to 15 candidates, and will be part of helping to narrow that down to a reasonable amount for a first interview, which would then occur after that period, hopefully on September 9th. And I'll be briefing all the candidates if they're in line for that, so they will have their calendars lined up for an ad hoc interview team. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor Ockerlander, but I think that Councilmember Brodnicki is nominated for that.
Yes, if she's willing to accept.
As well as Mayor Pro Tem, if he is able.
Which day was that, Ryan, please?
September 9th. So that's a Thursday. And I suggest we start at 5, and it would take all into the evening for sure.
Yeah, I'd be happy to participate. Thank you.
That's super good news. Thank you both. Thank you, all 3 of you. The second interview would be a special city council meeting on Monday, September 20th. So all council members plus Mayor Ockerlander, myself, it would be a public meeting, so anyone could attend. It would hopefully be preceded by tours for the candidates, meet and greet, whether it includes the entire community or certainly all of staff remains to be determined. It would begin with 4 o'clock. I'm not sure if that time works for everybody, but it ideally would be 4 o'clock with the Colby assessment folks who will have taken the short list of however many people we're doing a second interview for, and showing us their results and grading, not literally as to how they're good they are, but they use grades, but it's really to see how good the match will be with the city council and the leadership team staff. And then we'll have those results at 4, and then move into the interviews being having those results in hand and being able to assess how they respond to a variety of questions and or scenarios which remain to be determined. I suspect that if all goes well, that you will have some consensus that will grow over the course of the night, and that the mayor would make a conditional offer subject to an employment agreement. So I'm suggesting that there be a special meeting on Tuesday, September 28th at 5:30 p.m. That time could be 7 p.m. You can decide, of course, but I'm thinking it would not be a long meeting, and thereby you would have your evenings free. I'll stop there and see if anyone has a better idea we should talk about.
Right.
Oh, good. Well, thank you very much for, that concludes my report. And I think that Deputy City Administrator Thomas is prepared.
And thank you, Ryan, for all the work, especially on the recruitment process. I already feel like it's turning out better than if we had hired a firm. And I think that we're going to have a much better end result as a product of the process, and it's much appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to put a note out for the Sound Cities. Deanna went above and beyond and put it out to all the members about Duval's interest in some good, high quality local candidates as well.
Thank you. Ms. Thomas? Oh, you're on mute, or at least we're not hearing you.
Can you hear me now, Mayor?
Can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of our community. I have a few items that I have on the agenda this evening. The first one is just an update on our Phase 1 reopening. As you know, City Hall and the Police Department reopened temporarily in July. We had assumed that it would be long-term, but we did reclose the facilities due to internal COVID exposures that temporarily impacted our staffing levels. City Hall is taking quick outdoor meetings and drop-offs by appointment. So we're still trying to allow some work to be done, but we do that from the tent outside. I'm sure you've seen it. It's next to our kiosk. It gets used about once a day. The depot remains open with COVID procedures, and so we have not closed that facility. Administration assesses Phase 1 about every 2 weeks, but really we do it on a weekly basis, but we usually make a decision every other week, and we're continuing to plan for Phase 2 reopening. Obviously, we likely won't be re-looking at Phase 2 until probably closer till the end of September instead of the end of August, but we are remaining hopeful that we'll start to begin to open some of our buildings. Does council have any quick questions? And I can't see them, Mayor, because I'm in presentation mode, so if you let me know.
I just expanded my screen.
Okay.
I'm not seeing any.
Okay. Okay.
I would just like to add real quickly that the facility closure, unless council has objections, extends to in-person council meetings as well. We had all hoped that we'd be in a place to have them start on September 7th. The rise of the Delta variant now being at the same place we were as far as infection rate in January 2021 today, make that not a wise decision for public health and the health of our council and staff. So we will continue to hold off on that unless council has a strong opinion. After we made that decision, I just do want to share that just a couple of weeks ago that there was a city council meeting in Snohomish County in the city of Linwood. They had reopened their council meetings and had a packed meeting and ended up with everyone in the facility potentially exposed to COVID by a COVID positive attendee of the meeting. So that reinforced that what we're doing, unless there's council objections, is the right thing to do for now, and continue to meet via Zoom and stream on Facebook Live and invite as much public participation as possible. So I didn't mean to give that in my report, so thank you for giving me a moment to share that with you now.
Mayor, I did just see a chat that we are close to 9:30. If council would like to make a request to extend the meeting, and I can complete my admin update.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Mayor Mike Remington, I recommend that we extend our city council meeting beyond 9:30.
Do we have a second?
Second, Michelle Hogue.
All right, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Remington, a second by Councilmember Hoag to extend our meeting past 9:30. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. All right, there were several on mute. I believe that there were likely yeses. We've never not had an extension, so I'll count that for the record. And Ms. Thomas, please continue on.
Thank you, Mayor. So the next item on admin report is Duval Foundation for the Arts. Late last week, we received a letter from DFA, and I placed that in your packet. I do want to kind of just give a little bit of history and perspective again. Obviously, this is on the left-hand side for members of our audience. This is a rendering of a future DFA building, and on the right is the tent that you see. Actually relates to structure on Main Street and 143rd. It covers the former Thayer Barn, which is still Thayer Barn. It's in pieces now, but you can see here's what it looks like underneath that structure. I also have an aerial view of the property as well for members of the public. This is the project area. This white area right here is where that structure lies. And the future home for the DFA, and they own this parcel, is right here that's situated between the two wetlands, and there is a bridge and a trail network that accesses that lot and then also allows our community to go down and make their way to Snoqualmie Valley Trail. So now let's just talk a little bit about the letter that we received from DFA. Elizabeth Hill from DFA gave some public testimony. If she is still in the audience, I'm assuming that if council has questions, she will also participate in the conversation. The city did receive a letter that DFA expects a 60-day notice to move the structure and the preserved Thayer barn materials from parcel C1. That's the location that they're at now. DFA has provided the city 5 days to consider and determine interest in the structure and barn materials. So as they get closer to that 60-day notice, it helps guide them in their decision-making process. Administration would like to communicate and thank DFA for their letter. We will respond in writing. I will draft a letter tomorrow for the mayor review and authorization. At this time, administration does not have a location for the structure or the materials. We're pretty short on space as a community right now. Staff has received an inquiry. Council member Michelle Hoag made contact with me early yesterday and asked if there were any pieces or portions that we might be able to preserve for a future project, not necessarily a future city project, but just a future community project, and maybe looking at the cupola as an item that we could that we might be able to preserve and protect. DFA did provide written comments to council. So again, that was included in your packet. DFA did meet with the mayor and myself last week to discuss the future and the status of DFA. They shared the collective disappointment the city is seeking to develop the development of parcel C1 in partnership with Westcott during a really difficult time for arts organizations, and would have appreciated and welcomed communication with the city during the extension process. I can now take comments and questions from the council, and we can have a discussion.
I'm not seeing any comments or questions. Councilmember Schaefer.
I'm sure this is already considered, but is it possible to move the barn and the structure to the future site of the DFA? it would be close by. Certainly, there's cost involved in moving it, but at least that would put us back to a status quo.
At this time, DFA does not have the resources to move the structure and the materials within it. And that was what was shared with us. And I believe that that also was conveyed by Elizabeth Hill during her public testimony in her letter. The other thing that I would say is Steve and I actually did talk about, was there a place that it could be moved temporarily until they can fulfill the vision of their organization and of our community. And that barn structure that is out there now is pretty large. And I think it would take a unique configuration and probably grading and a wall to be able to do that.
Okay, it does have to be, I assume that, I mean, obviously it has to be disassembled anyway. And I thought that was part of the DFA grant that they had already received. So I would think that that would not be an additional cost. Just the move and the storage itself maybe, but I guess I'm a little confused on why we would have to move the structure as is, since that wouldn't be the the permanent location of it anyway.
I would probably refer a portion of this conversation, that particular question, to the DFA, because I don't want to speak on behalf, but I don't believe that at this time they're able to disassemble it and move it.
Okay, is Elizabeth still on? Is it possible?
Yes, she is. The clerk can promote her to a panelist, and I believe,
yeah, that'd be great.
I believe the current president of DFA, Tony Schiller, is online as well.
Good. Okay.
Elizabeth, you're allowed to speak if you want to unmute yourself.
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Schaefer. Our vision that the city supported with a letter for our grant to For Culture included keeping the pieces, some of the big pieces as big pieces, and we called them architectural elements. And the idea was never to disassemble it into individual boards, because had that been our plan, we wouldn't have spent, well, I gave you the number, it's like 200 and it's over 200,000 of Art for Culture grant money on that big tent, which is, it's actually a permanent building under International Building Code. We had to build it per permanent building. I'm talking about building code standards. And so for us, during COVID, where most arts organizations, or many, are struggling and some don't exist anymore, it's very hard to deal with this at all. And frankly, it put the DFA in a very difficult spot of trying to raise money from anyone to say that, we're after this goal as a community when, well, to be honest, the city leadership, which is a leadership, important leadership element of the community, really moved on this without any discussion with us on the C1 parcel. So it puts us in a really tough jam here with 60 days to deal with it.
Yeah,
just to be honest.
Yeah, and I certainly understand. Yeah, 60 days is very, very short for anything of this nature. I certainly understand this. That's why I wanted to explore, all possibilities we could. And again, I'm sure you've already talked about some of these already, so I don't want to, go over, what you've already covered. But even moving some of the, elements of the barn as architectural elements, large pieces, it would still, take some deconstruction of the existing structure, which has to happen anyway. I'd love to see it still, stored or still there close by, stored on site if possible. Other than that, I'm not sure of a lot of other possibilities here. I knew we were in discussions with Westcott. This was frankly news to me and probably some other council members that they were actively now finally pursuing selling the property and expected to do that in the shorter term. So frankly, it caught us a little bit off guard as well.
Well, certainly I would say that the DFA is hearing two very different stories about what happened there. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. I'm not surprised by that at all. Let's see. Another question I had, and I suspect this will quickly be shot down. What's the possibility of the city buying that property?
Purchasing what property?
The property currently owned by Westcott, where the storage facility is.
That is a council question. Sorry, it caught me a little bit off guard as well. That would be a council question, not necessarily a staff question. So Mayor, did you want to lead that conversation, or is there interest in that conversation?
I would like to interject. This is
So-
Elizabeth, just not about the city, but DFA was in discussions with For Culture, including the director of For Culture, about the possibility of getting For Culture's help to buy that parcel. But again, I'll just leave it at that.
Councilmember Lingle. Oh, you're on mute.
Councilmember Schaefer, just a little bit of background, probably not in this packet, but in a previous packet, which you might want to take a look at, is the initial idea, as I understand it from materials that are in our public record. The initial idea behind this project was to preserve the barn. And after a very reputable structural engineering firm looked at it, they determined that it could not be preserved, that a new structure would have to be built. And the business information that DFA provided to us not very long ago shows that the cost of this project is quite a bit more than what was previously known, as well as the ongoing operating cost of the project, which at the time, I appreciated Elizabeth Hill reporting to us on their more recent findings. So the difficulty, I think, has been in terms of preserving the barn is long ago been established by a very reputable structural engineering firm. So moving a building, I can tell you, is difficult even when it's in good condition. And so doesn't sound like moving this is something. And then with respect to your comment about city purchasing the property, when we talked about this just a couple of weeks ago, I think I'll speak for myself. The concern and the desire of the city for many, many years is to receive commercial property tax income from that parcel, because we do not have very much commercial property in the city. And under our comprehensive plan, we are required to get job creation in the city of Duval. And we need as many jobs as possible. So taking that property off of the property tax rolls, which is what would happen with city ownership, would be contrary to the other requirements that King County is urging us to achieve under the comprehensive plan. So there certainly is a lot of complexity here, but when we made the decision on Westcott, at least speaking for myself, the commitment under that development agreement was to have commercial property development. There is a time frame to do it within, and it has not occurred. And that is where we are with that development agreement.
All right, thank you. I think we're kind of getting a little deep in conversation for kind of the DFA update. So I think it might be appropriate for our council members that have questions to set up a meeting with Laura and myself, and probably separately meetings with a couple of the board members of the DFA to discuss this a little bit farther. If folks are amenable to that, I would like to suggest we move on to our next items of business, since we're 9:45 and have a couple of meaty topics left to discuss as well. But I would encourage continued conversation and history gathering and brainstorming for any creative ideas that may come forth. Is everybody in a current concurrence with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Hill, for coming and providing context for us. It's much appreciated. So we do not have any presentations or a public hearing tonight. So we'll move on to one simple item of new business. Agenda Bill 21-86A, confirm Mayor Okerlander's appointment of Anastasia Meyer to the Duval Cultural Commission, position 4, a vacant 3-year term ending 12/31/22. So if someone would like to entertain a motion or make a motion.
I'd like to move that we approve Agenda Bill 21-80. Am I on the right one? I think it's 86A.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah.
Great. Do we have a second?
Second, Brednicki.
We have a motion by Councilmember Hoag, a second by Councilmember Brodnicki to confirm the appointment of Anastasia Meyer to the Duval Cultural Commission, position 4. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Remington.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we need to suspend our 3-touch rule first? Sorry.
We've never suspended 3-touch rule for appointments.
I'm good with that.
So it's up to you guys, but I don't recall that we've actually ever done that before. These are usually, either 1-touch or consent. Right. So if there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And I can't tell from the audience participants, is Anastasia online? We have a couple of numbers that are just phone numbers.
Phone numbers, speak really quick. I've
So
let all of the regular numbers, yeah.
Okay. So if Anastasia is online, feel free to unmute yourself, and you'd be welcome to provide some comment to council. I'm not seeing an unmute, so I'm assuming that those phone numbers are not her, but I just wanted to make sure on that one. All right, moving on to a next item of new business, Agenda Bill 21-85A, resolution re-implementing a fee schedule for Big Rock ball fields. For discussion and or decision, Mr. Laniszewski.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Steve Laniszewski here again. And hello, citizens and staff still on the call. Jumping to this item. So your very astute finance director was going through notes and said, hey, by the way, you were supposed to take this back in July. Well, I didn't take it back in July, and we are still running the same fees that we had been through the beginning of the year as we go through the remainder of the year. If you read the agenda bill, we did provide information on revenue to date, as well as thoughts on staff's recommendation moving forward. As I believe we did discuss this originally too, since the amount of and different types of teams throughout the year, kind of an equity thing, would all get the same treatment throughout the year. It would be reasonable to go through the year. With that said, we did take a kind of a crash course poll of our heavier users. So Snoqualmie Valley Youth Soccer, Snoqualmie Valley North Little League, lacrosse, Red Bulls football, a group called Powerhouse, and then Prime Baseball. Asked several questions. First question was, do you expect enrollment for 2022 to be less than or greater than 2021? 1, 2 were greater, 1 was same, and 2 baseball ones were less. Do you see any reduction in your use of the fields? 1 was no, 1 was same, 1, 2, 3 were same, and then yes to a baseball one, as they're a youthful group, and as they get bigger, they can't play on our fields. Do you see needing? If we did remove the pandemic reduction, would that change some of your use? 1 no, 2 is okay with field pricing, 1 was yes, and it's always hard with finances for recreation-based activities. And then 1 other option, 2 other ones were no, there was no problem with the price. So, and we tried to do a little research on how the prices would affect folks. It is, my observation, we are renting real well. Use of the fields is going well, and most of the activity is back to normal. Masks are off, and we're moving forward currently. Nobody knows where we will go, but right now we don't have to make any decisions, but we want to bring this back, have a discussion, and currently staff would just recommend, because our original legislation said we would go 2 years, so first year 2021, second year 2022, with a potential pandemic rate. So at this point, we would just recommend not having the second year pandemic rate and going back to normal. But that's why we're here to talk about it. So this is touch 1.
Right. Does anyone have any questions or comments on this touch? All right. I'm not seeing any, Mr. Laniszewski, so I think it's fair to say we can move on. We only have 3 items of business left. So next item is Agenda Bill 21-87A, approve resolution requiring COVID-19 vaccinations as a condition of employment. Steve, did you want to kick this off, or do you want me to?
Okay, hello again, Steve Laniszewski, Works, and in this case, Office of Emergency Management, the unsung hero and arm of the city, right? Yes. So briefly, this is a very, very personal item. It's a very different type of item than we are normally used to. We're not dealing with dollars and projects and costs, so it's a little out of the norm. I know the mayor has been working very hard on this. You all know me. Just here to do my job and try to do the best I can. And where's my notes? I guess bottom line, I try to stay impartial. I don't have any skin in the game. My status is moving forward. We're ready to go in our household, and it doesn't bother me one way to or not to have any sort of legislation. So that's the easy part of this. I know the mayor speaks to you with a lot of passion, and her experience as well as her research. Try to lead her to do the best she can for all. With that said, I don't think there's anything gained here by having the discussion, or anything lost here by having a discussion, if nothing, something gained, and trying to bring us all collectively to one place. So I guess with that said, working with the mayor and our legal counsel has been certainly eye-opening and a great education. And I would say in a pandemic, once a century, pretty interesting times, and trying to wade through things the best we can in unprecedented topics, categories, workplace safety, and the like. So I leave you to the mayor at this point.
right? Well, everyone's already seen the policy, but just to put a little bit of information on the record, a few months ago, we were really hopeful that the corner had been turned, but just like the weather often happens to us, the virus threw us a major curveball with the Delta variant. Right now, the Delta variant, the unvaccinated are the overwhelming majority being hospitalized and dying, while the vaccinated are having mild symptoms and shorter timelines of infectiousness. The Delta variant of COVID-19 has become the dominant strain of COVID based on all information from public health agencies. It's 1,000 times, has 1,000 times more viral load, an R factor of 6 to 8 versus the previous variant that many of us were already vaccinated against or protected against or had of a 0 to 2 variant, which means that it's 3 to 4 times more contagious, particularly among the unvaccinated population. We do know that vaccinated people are at less risk of actually attracting the virus, even though we are seeing breakthrough cases, which is normal according to sources that have been discussed at public health. The Delta variant is currently making up 96% of all COVID cases. And of course, due to the seriousness of the variant, the mask mandates and recommendations indoors, regardless of status, have returned. King County, as of yesterday, is currently seeing a daily infection rate of more than 800 new cases per day, which is the equivalent to January 2021 before vaccines were widely available, and well different after much significantly higher than the low of about 23 per day in late June 21. That's a huge exponential shift, and it has changed the landscape dramatically. Hospitalizations have increased significantly, with most patients being between the ages of 40 and 69. And again, vaccination makes it less likely for someone to catch and spread COVID. As a government entity, we have a responsibility to keep our employees and those we interact with safe. We did this with early shutdowns, early declarations of states of emergency, and implementing policies and procedures to protect our staff and the public as a government entity. We implemented significant protocols, rapidly introduced work from home procedures for folks, provided flexible schedules to allow for childcare and more, as well as council supported and implemented extended paid COVID-related leave, which is separate from employees' accrued and sick leave that's earned. So we've provided significant avenues for folks that are exposed, folks that want to get vaccinated, folks that are dealing with family members, and pretty much any scenario we could come up with. One of our challenges as a city is, as a small staff, one illness on site can literally grind our operations to a halt, and depending on where, can create a bigger public health or public safety issues. For example, if we have very few employees that work in our wastewater treatment plant, there is an issue if you have to quarantine an entire group of people. We have public safety folks that interact with folks on a daily basis. We have our city hall and our finance department, where if our finance department goes down, we don't have anybody to do payroll, pay bills, and do other things that are essential to the city's operations. To be clear, in July of this year, this wasn't even a consideration. The Delta variant changed that. And so what I'm asking for council support of tonight is to pass a resolution that authorizes me to develop a policy, which also includes the necessary collective bargaining discussions to mandate vaccinations for all city employees based on current public health conditions. The draft policy that is in your packets and that was finalized yesterday is just that. It's a draft. Anything that is related to representative employees still is subject to bargaining in multiple different factors, and provides where, based on the professional guidance I've received from others, where I would like our policy to be. So I also recognize this is a very hot button issue for folks. With the health and safety of our employees, including those that are vaccinated in our city hall and in our facilities, is priority. And that has been the priority from day one of this pandemic, is making sure that we do everything we can to protect those that work in our city, as well as protect those that people in our city, government employees interact with. So that's it in a nutshell. And I'm happy to entertain discussion. I would like to keep this orderly. And so if council is okay, I'll call on you one by one. If you would like to have a discussion. If you do not want to have a discussion and want to go straight to a vote, I am perfectly okay with that. And I just want to also share with members of the community, this decision doesn't come lightly. It's been the last 3 weeks of work to have discussions with the appropriate folks and make recommendations based on the data and trying to find the best solution for our city. And I believe this is the path forward for us in ensuring the health and safety of all of our employees within the city of Duval. So with that, I guess I will start. I'll start in the right corner of my screen. If you don't have any comments, I completely understand, and that's okay. Just let me know. I'll start on the right corner of my screen, and that first is Councilmember Lingle.
I think I'm off mute, aren't I?
You are.
Yeah, I want to make sure I've got the agenda bill right. It's Agenda Bill 21-87A, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm prepared to make a motion to advance this agenda bill, given that the purpose of the bill is to give you authorization to begin the policy development, recognizing responsibilities to collective bargaining.
Is that a formal motion? Or
it is a
just
formal motion. Given
right.
that if there's a second, there's opportunity in the process for commentary.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
The agenda bill itself is the motion on the agenda bill as provided is to approve the resolution which enacts the policy provided to council. So I guess I'm confused if the motion is changing. I just need to know what the exact verbiage is going to be.
So on the agenda bill, it says, so it authorizes the mayor to enact. It does not say that it's immediately enacted.
Correct.
So it says approve the resolution requiring COVID vaccinations as a condition of employment. The resolution will authorize the mayor, you're authorizing the resolution. The resolution is the document to enact and require as a minimum qualification for employment a qualified COVID-19 vaccination due to the health impact of the COVID-19 impact. The resolution is has the details of that.
So the resolution, I'm sorry, I guess maybe I'm a little bit confused and maybe Daniel can correct me if I'm wrong, but the resolution states that the council is supporting the mayor's recommendation to implement a mandatory vaccination as a condition of employment.
Yes. So the
policy itself won't be enacted yet.
Correct.
Okay.
This resolution, there's other bargaining that has to go into it. Daniel?
So I agree with that it would be the first step, but the second half of that clause in the resolution does say that it directs the mayor to implement the policy in Exhibit A and work with the labor representatives regarding the decision and its impacts. And so if the attachment in Exhibit A were to change, I think council would need to approve that change because it is attached as an exhibit and is being the direction is to enact that, not in the moment, not this vote doesn't enact it, but it is directing the mayor to do what is attached.
Council can so choose as well to modify that last section of the, and change it to take out Exhibit A and make it more generic if you so choose as well.
I suppose we should get a second before we start
So-
all this, huh?
Yeah.
Are we going to suspend rules as well?
We probably need to, yes. Councilmember Lingle.
Well, a step I can make is to withdraw my motion. That's another option we have here in terms of procedure. Is that not correct?
You can if you would like to move to suspend the rules. There
I'll
we go.
move to suspend the rules.
So you've withdrawn your motion? And
Well,
you're
I'm saying that there's a little confusion here about whether you're enacting the policy or whether you are preparing the policy subject to you're taking additional steps around collective bargaining.
Right.
Mr. Kenny, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And I think so. What would be good is for you, and I think you've already said this essentially, is to withdraw your motion. We'll get the three touch taken care of, and then we'll dive right back into that.
That's
Yeah.
what I thought. Thank you.
Yeah. It's late. It gets confusing. All right.
Okay, so we have a motion to suspend the rules is where we're at.
I second that.
All right. We have a motion and a second to suspend the rules. Any discussion? Councilmember Schaefer?
Yeah, I would actually like a little bit of discussion here, and I know this is a very contentious topic. There may be other council members that want to put their 2 cents worth in as well, but I thought I'd do it here.
So just a clarification, this is the motion to suspend the rules. Once there's a motion on the table.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, let's
Yeah.
vote on that first. I'm sorry. I'm jumping
problem.
ahead. Okay.
It's been a long night. So any discussion on suspending the rules? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And now, since we have that, we can take a motion in a second and then begin discussion. Which also after motion and second amendments can still be made, just FYI. So
Right.
amendment still open and for you to propose.
Which is why I said I withdraw and then restart the clock here.
Yes.
I think that's what okay, so my initial proposal or what I put forward was AB 21-87A be approved as currently drafted.
All right. Do we have a
So-
second? All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Lingle and a second by Councilmember Schaefer. And now let's begin discussion. So Councilmember Lingle, I will let you go first and we'll start there.
If it helps with clarity to around the issue of development of the policy, then that would be an acceptable amendment to my motion. And I think Mr. Kenny recommended that in Exhibit A, or did you say eliminate Exhibit A? Either one of those would be an acceptable amendment to my motion.
Daniel?
I have no opinion. I mean, that's for you all to decide. I was merely pointing out that as written, it does direct the mayor to implement the specific policy in Exhibit A. If that is, potentially, possibly, maybe going to change through further conversations, you could just replace directs the mayor to implement the policy in Exhibit A and instead say directs the mayor to implement a mandatory COVID-19 vaccination policy and work with our employees' labor representatives consistent with the first part of the clause. Again, totally for you all to decide. That's just one idea.
All right. So I'm not sure I'll go ahead, Councilmember Hoag.
I'm just more in favor of keeping Exhibit A in there because then if there was some substantial changes, it would come back to us. And I do trust that the mayor will be bringing this back to us as you're bargaining, with the union. So I'm But I think it'll probably change at some point once you're going through that bargaining process. So I'm good with just keeping it the way it's written, but and I thank you, Mayor, I know this has been a big decision for you to go through this, and it's changing so quickly. And I appreciate that, all that you're doing.
Thank you. The one thought I would have about keeping Exhibit A in is that it would potentially limit right now, if Daniel can correct me if this is wrong, but if I'm in this, maybe because it's late and I'm not thinking as clearly, but that could potentially limit what we can discuss in the collective bargaining. If it's directing me to implement that policy, then that doesn't right now seem to provide the flexibility that I think folks want to have in there. And I could be reading it wrong. It's late and I'm tired. So I will defer to Daniel if that is if I'm reading that correctly and understanding it correctly.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I see where you're going with that. And of course, I would defer to Mr. Swedlow, but the scope of how you approach those conversations should be guided by Exhibit A if this is how it is approved, because that is the direction that you have from council. And so that would be the basis for your conversations. I wouldn't see that as prohibiting an evolution from those conversations that then you would bring back to council and get that then approved, because it may change. And so I think this creates your baseline for the conversation that will then, if it evolves, as I think it sounds like people think it may to some degree, would then come back to council.
And I think then the next question for council is, do you want it to come back for review, or do you want to come back for a vote for approval? And that's a council decision. So just to let you know. Okay, Councilmember Lingle, and then we'll keep going around Robin.
So first point is the motion could include substantially in the form of Exhibit A. That gives some flexibility. That might be one way to adjust the wording. So I'll throw that as a comment. And then I've already been thinking that some time frame information for coming back would be helpful in this. So that is another amendment that could be made as part of this motion.
All right. Councilmember Naplin's next on my screen.
Yeah, this one I'm really struggling with. We've had about a day to review the policy, and there's some changes that I prefer, and I think there's a request for some flexibility for the mayor to negotiate this. I don't think I'm prepared to vote yes for this tonight, and I really appreciate the work that's gone into it and the intent behind it to keep our community safe. I'm just not ready to vote yes for this tonight, but I respect others' opinions on this, and very thankful for the community providing their feedback as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Brodnicki.
Oh, I'm on. I'm fine with giving you the opportunity to move forward with this. This is really a challenging one, but I know for myself as a business owner and running a school, I had to make some very serious decisions as well with COVID. So it's all about that balance. And, I think we should take some sort of action. We can't have no action, because that would be an action. And with this sort of serious nature of what we are dealing with, the process of moving forward at least will give us time to review and to explore and to sort of, you have a lot of things to consider with the changing information that's coming out about COVID. And I think we have to do something. We can't not do anything. So I know that you're going to do the best that you can, and we'll be reviewing what comes forward. So I'm comfortable with moving forward to do that. But I do understand the concerns on both sides of this issue.
Thank you. Councilmember Hoag?
Not sure that I have anything to add. I guess I want the community to know that I've read everything that was sent to us. And I feel that it was really good to look at both sides. And, you know, and I appreciate the input and the comments from the community for sure. So, yeah. And I just trust that you're doing the right thing, Mayor. So.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McHenry?
Thanks. Yeah, this is a tough one, and I really appreciate everyone who wrote in or spoke at the public comment portion. I think for me, I have to keep coming back to remembering this is a draft and it is probably going to change. That being said, where Exhibit A stands, it goes probably a half a step further than I would like, but I totally understand that you know, you want those tools to be able to negotiate. One question I have is if this changes in some way when bargaining, does that change it for everyone? So even unrepresented employees, will there just be one policy?
That's to be determined. So I think that depends on things moving forward. I think I should leave it at that.
So to follow up on that, then, you know, for people that are unrepresented, does this immediately go into effect?
No.
Or does it wait until it's gone through the process with other groups?
It doesn't go into effect until there's a policy that's signed.
Okay.
So you have to have that policy signed, and then whatever the legal timeline is for days until a policy goes into effect.
And ideally, you know, I would like to have an option for people to opt to just get regularly tested, but I recognize too that there's a cost for that. I think you spoke about that a little bit when we spoke earlier. So I think that's important to highlight as well, that constant cost of the testing and the time that takes as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Schaefer.
Let's see, make sure I'm off mute. Yeah, first of all, I do feel strong urgency here to act on this. I certainly don't want to delay it another few weeks. And in addition to that, I think we as a city have the responsibility to protect our employees and to protect our public. I think this policy demonstrates that social responsibility, demonstrates caring for the health and safety of others. I've certainly listened to the arguments on both sides of things, and this certainly is a risk-benefit type analysis. But in my mind, the benefit of this policy strongly outweighs any other concerns of risk, and therefore I would like to move it forward tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Schaefer. Mayor Pro Tem Remington, you're last on my screen. Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to take a moment just to comment to our citizens. First of all, several have certainly, we appreciate so deeply as council when we get feedback. And I think the comments we had really reflect the maturity of our citizenry, regardless of which side you're on or how you feel about it. I thought the comments were showed a lot of knowledge. Folks had done some research. In most every case, they also didn't attack the other side. They just said, here's how I feel and why. And I appreciate that because there are strong feelings, thoughts on both sides. I wanted to say that we heard what our citizens, their concern, provided feedback to us. They were worried about impact on their personal choice in terms of taking care of their own medical needs. They recognize that while it was not fully approved by the FDA, it did receive emergency authorization, but people were legitimately concerned that it had not been fully approved yet. There were concerns about overreach by government, concerns that these decisions, both locally and at the county and state level, are sometimes more about politics in the decision than really about the facts. Some folks were afraid that we might lose city employees. People had just said, look, I'm not getting vaccinated, and if I get fired, or I'll quit. And then finally, I think we heard that some folks were concerned about liability. What if we pass this? You know, does that create more liability? So the reason I brought these up is because, you know, we do listen, and we try to take all this into account. I'd like to kind of switch to comment kind of where I am personally and how I weigh these things out. I think it's important to say that, first of all, this is about city employees. It's not about our citizenry and requiring that they all get vaccinated. There are exemptions included in this policy that we read, both for medical. So if your doctor says you shouldn't get this, you can fill out a form and you wouldn't get it. It also included those that have sincerely held religious beliefs, personal views that just, you know, I can't take it, and there's a process to get an exemption for that as well. For me personally, this is about one thing only. It is just about what's best for our community and our employees. It really is about health and safety. And you can fall on either side of this. It's not a big thing. It's like the flu. We're all vaccinated. What's the big deal? Or I'm scared to death because I'm immunocompromised. I've got young children that can't get vaccinated. So wherever you stand, this is about safety for me personally. I want to share a comment by a doctor in Florida. Florida just passed their highest daily rate since all this began at 26,000. And the doctor made the comment, he said that individuals' freedoms end where their decision impacts the health and safety of other people. And that's part of my concern as well. The FDA has provided emergency approval for this. This isn't something new. They've been working on COVID for years. And the technology, there is some new things that are in some of the vaccines. But in terms of how they do the research and development of this stuff has been approved and is pretty common in science and has been in medicine and development of vaccines for many, many years. I accept the fact that there are some adverse reactions by some folks. In other words, you know, most people eat peanuts and have no problem. Some folks, you know, eat peanuts and they have severe life-threatening allergic reactions. So I just accept the fact that you know, folks have those kind of concerns. Doesn't impact most individuals, but those are real. You know, when we hire employees agree that they're going to follow our policies and our procedures, and policies and procedures change over time. So I just want to recognize the fact that, you know, when folks get hired, you know, we didn't drag them in here. Folks say, hey, I want to work for City of Duval. Our employees' input is extremely important. But I just want to, you know, just reiterate that when we do set a policy, whether we're going forward with this or not, that's up to council. But that employees are required to follow it. And if there's, you know, policy, folks just say, hey, I can't live with that, then I get the fact that they may decide to resign. Or that if they can't follow a policy we think is important for our community, that they're probably best not to remain an employee. So where do I stand? You know, I think King County even hit 7,000 new cases here just during the last week in one day, and that's real. This is currently most circulating against folks that haven't been vaccinated. And I'm not faulting folks. You don't want to be vaccinated, that's your choice. But when it comes to city work, and I worked in the city of Bellevue for 42 years, and there were times I was required to be vaccinated. And for those who don't know the history of vaccinations in the US, currently, all 50 states in the United States, every single state, including the District of Columbia, require vaccinations at some point. And every state requires it with students. And these cases have gone to the Supreme Court several times, and state Supreme Courts, as well as the federal Supreme Court of the United States. And in almost every single case, it's been supported that you can provide or require vaccinations. Generally, it's with students. The other big group is healthcare workers. And in healthcare emergencies, they've been enacted. They've been enacted for all kinds of things, including polio, and measles and mumps. And so these aren't, I guess my point is it's not brand new. So thanks for being patient. So I still haven't said where I stand. I think that this is the right thing to do. I'm not going to say I don't have reservations. I ache inside when, especially as a representative of all of our citizens, and wanting to do what's best for employees, that we make a decision that is really against what somebody feels is very personal for them. So I'm not going to say I just made a decision and to heck with everybody else. I don't feel that way. I ache inside that might make a decision tonight that forces someone to do something they don't want to do. But I also realize that this is real. For everybody I've talked to personally that lost a loved one, and we've been fortunate here in Duval, a majority of our folks have been vaccinated. But if I thought we could save one child or somebody who's immune compromised, would it be worth it? You know, that's one of the big reasons I got the vaccine personally. My wife has respiratory challenges, and a lot of it was to protect her, to make sure that she's safe. So for me personally, I think that this is a good thing to do. I understand why folks would be angry. One of the first calls I got this morning was from out of state, somebody back east who happened to see it on Facebook. I don't know how that happened, but they called me and said, "Oh, this is the wrong thing to do," you know, and they felt strongly somebody out of state ought to let me know. But I appreciate the feedback. But for me, it's about health and safety. And I think that this improves health and safety. If other council members vote differently, I wouldn't blame you at all. I understand fully why you may have those same concerns our citizens have. But for me, I'm ready to vote for it tonight. I am confident the mayor and our negotiator will work closely with our union, with employees that are concerned, and come back and talk with us and help us to understand if there's something that we missed. And we'll work together to try to get through this pandemic. It's not over. And Europe's already said that they kind of bought off that they're just going to live with it for years. Hopefully it dampens down and we don't lose many people, but we should be doing everything we can to try to help save lives. So thank you for being patient with me.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Would anyone else like to speak again? And then not seeing any, Councilmember Legel, did you want to make an amendment or did you want it to move forward as is?
I think I would prefer to move forward as is. I think the confidence has been placed in you and the experts that you're working with. So I think I'll just let it stand.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, again, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, I know we have at least one person who's not ready for this tonight. And I think that individual for the lengthy conversation we had today, and I do understand, and I respect the decision, and it's the right one for you today, and that's completely understandable. And but I also understand some of the concerns people have in the community, and this is one of the most difficult things that we are going to be faced with probably in our lifetimes, because it's impacting people's personal choice. It's impacting health. It's impacting safety. And everything that we've been dealing with during the course of this pandemic has been challenging, and hopefully once in a lifetime for all of us as policymakers, staff, just every individual within the world that's facing this. And I also want to acknowledge that historically, whatever actions are taken to reduce or prevent pandemics historically have been controversial. So we aren't in new territory. We are in the same position that that governments 100 years ago were in as well. And this is a really important time for all of us. And I really appreciate all of the thoughtful conversations and the ideas that have come forth, concerns that have been shared, whether it's from members of the public or within council, or those that have talked to me from within our staff. So with that, thank you for all of the deliberation and consideration and care for our city employees and our community. And with that, we will go ahead and take a vote unless there is further comment. And seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Mayor, I hate to interrupt. I don't know if we had a second for, I think.
Yeah, Rick
Council-
Schaefer.
Oh,
We did.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you.
That's okay. We're running tonight. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no.
No.
Great. Thank you. Motion passes, and let the record reflect one no vote. We do have two more items of business. One is Agenda Bill 21-78B, ordinance amending and creating the administrative leave policy for discussion and or decision. Mr. Cotton. Oh, Mr. Ryan, you are on mute.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Jody for a hand on sharing with you page 89 of the agenda. And basically what it does, it provides the same information you had at your last council meeting on about administrative leave, which in summary is to formalize a policy that the auditors suggested be done. And this policy is, of course, necessary for all the right reasons associated with professional staff and other requirements, and is not unlike 29 other communities. There's a survey attached. At the meeting, the last meeting, there was conversation, and there's the ordinance. And if you can scroll down for me, Jody, please, to a survey. Oh, let's stop. Actually, keep going. There's an amendment. Yes, sent right there. This is a new ordinance, section 4.10.35. But what you see in front of you is an amendment of 4.10.030 to take out a inconsistent provision that I think Jody helped identify that, as well as city attorney. So if you keep scrolling down, there's a survey of 29 other communities that have administrative leave, and those there's red line changes to that because there was requested clarification on how much of that was associated with vacation. So you've probably digested that already. And then at the very bottom of that is, if you keep going down, is one more, are where the current non-represented positions are presently in relation to administrative leave and what is potential. And I say potential because there needs to be some conversations. It will be the mayor's decision if this ordinance is approved. I'll just close by saying it's not solely the mayor's choice, however, because there are limits that this ordinance now includes that didn't exist for any other administrator or person in the past running the administrative leave, in that it needs to be accrued. Accrual stops at a certain point, and it cannot be used in lieu of other leave and paid out at separation. And if you went back to page 86 or 87 or 88, you'd see those details. But given the lateness of the hour, I will not go through them. They're in the agenda bill as well as in the ordinance. Be happy to answer any questions. And thank you, Jody.
All right, I'm not seeing any questions at this point. Oh, Councilmember Naplin?
Something you said, Mr. Cotton, about for some reason, maybe I've read it wrong, but I thought that the ordinance would cap the allowable flexibility that the mayor has based on those recommended amounts. It doesn't, is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. There are some employment agreements in place that, as long as they are current and within the term, would remain. And I think that's at 96 hours. The ordinance, if we went back to the detail, shows that you would stop accrual, I think 60 hours. Anyway, we'd have to go back and look, but there's a point where you would accrue it throughout the year, but you would be unable to accrue it unless if you went over a certain amount.
Yeah,
And
so I understand that at
employment-
any given point in time, you'd be capped at 60, but the amount that would be available to be granted over a 1-year period, I thought had those caps that was disclosed on that one page where it showed current versus recommended. So the 1-year maximum was capped. Did I misunderstand that? Was that just administration's idea of what they thought they might do, but we're leaving flexibility there?
I'm looking at it on my screen here for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, administrative leave would stop accruing once an employee's administrative leave bank reaches 60 hours so as to encourage use. If someone already had up to 96 permitted in their employment agreement, my understanding is, as long as they were using it throughout the year and didn't use more than 96, so it would extend to that number, but then stop. Am I misunderstanding this? Anyone?
Yeah, I think over a 1-year period, are we not adopting that that page that shows the current versus the recommended? Is that not part of this? Am I misunderstanding?
Yeah, that's suggested at this point. The mayor has not made, unless correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor, those actual determinations. That was a staff suggestion to the mayor at one point, and that point preceded me on the scene.
So I guess what I'm saying is, what is being asked of council is to not adopt any type of cap, but leave that up to the discretion of the mayor into the future, whenever the mayor, he or she may decide to change those maximum annual amounts. Or are we giving the mayor flexibility up to what is being shown here? Obviously, at any given point in time, you can only have 60 hours, but the question is, over a 1-year period, is there a maximum that the mayor has discretion to grant?
96 hours is my understanding is the maximum, with exception of the one lieutenant. Now we only have one lieutenant, for reasons that pertain to their job, which is different.
Well, some of those lists like 60 and 40, and are those positions capped at the lower amount, or is that all up to the discretion of the mayor?
I believe my understanding is it's the discretion of the mayor, and you see the suggestion being less given the nature of their job and the amount of effort additional beyond their normal work hours.
Okay, so that is different than I had originally read it. I don't feel comfortable with that discretion. And I also, I just looking at the other cities, 96 hours is really high. There's only really one other city that has something that high. 80 seems pretty standard for a director level, and for non-director levels, it's maybe 40. I understand that we've made agreements with current staff, but I think this is an opportunity to look at that and try to come into more conformance, or try to see what is more typical. And I think our city has been making an effort to increase our staff so that the burden is not as high, so that we wouldn't be expecting as much, it's not technically overtime, but not as many additional hours out of our exempt staff. Anyway, so I brought this up before at prior meetings. I really don't feel comfortable continuing forward with being so far above what is ordinary.
Yeah, to clarify, this last sentence here, you can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Administrative leave shall be granted by the mayor at a rate that does not exceed 96 hours per calendar year. So I think that clarifies that.
So that's for all positions. It's not based on that spreadsheet that was later shown to have lower caps for certain positions.
Well, there's other language here that is the amount, well, the next paragraph, the amount granted will be determined by position based on the estimated workload in excess of 40 hours per week for that position, and will be evaluated each December to establish the amount for the following year by the mayor.
Yeah, so so first of all, the 96 hours in code was based on directors attending council meetings and the expected time with that. If we look at our average council meeting time that directors are spending here 25 times a week or 25 times a year, you're well over 100 hours just from that alone. So that is part of that purpose of administrative leave. When directors come to a council meeting day, they're often getting here at 7 or 8 in the morning and here till 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. So that is the basis of that 96.
So I guess,
hold on, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish here. So the other part of this, so the previous policy, which is why the auditor, the section that is taken out, the auditor either wanted clarification on. I made the decision, let's take that out. It's ambiguous. It's not good. But when it comes to one of the things that is different here and provides accountability that didn't exist before is that all directors will be required to track their time, and that the next year's allocation will be based on, if they don't have a contract, future contracts will be different. That time will be based on what they've actually submitted the previous year. So if somebody works 60 hours a week for 6 months, they still get that maximum of 96 hours. And but it provides accountability in that we can actually see what directors are working in a week. That will also, one component of having that requirement of looking at those hours, it's going to help administration currently and in the future help identify our workloads a little bit better with our directors, because the directors in general are notorious for not keeping track of hours and working to the bone. And that often leads, and this is not just here, but other places, it can lead to burnout. And it also leads to a situation where you don't necessarily know if you're needing to get extra staff for folks, if you're needing more staff to provide some assistance to them. So this policy actually builds in a significant amount more accountability and reduces the maximum amount of leave that's on the books. I think it's a huge compromise and step forward in overall city accountability, as well as, making sure that there's some accountability on how those hours are used. If a director is not working 40, more than 40 hours a week to make up for that time that's in the policy, they're not going to get that same amount of time the following year. And so this actually provides that flexibility to really account for actual workload that you normally don't have in an administrative leave policy. So I hope that made some sense. And I know that Ms. Mason may have some points to add, but I just wanted to put that point of clarification out there.
Okay, I just wanted to respond to that really quickly. So when we do pay comparisons between other cities, and I contemplate some of the cities on that list, a lot of those cities have weekly council meetings, multiple committee meetings, often in the evenings. And I think we need to look at that not in isolation of hour for hour, but an understanding that the compensation is comparable to other cities that often meet even more frequently. And there's never an expectation in an exempt position that you would get administrative leave dollar for dollar or hour for hour, excuse me. I think that that's just pretty typical in a director role, that you would have evening meetings. So I understand your point, and I appreciate that there will be some accountability and watching of those hours, because I certainly wouldn't want excessive hours, and we would want to get that under control. And I think there's an attempt to hire additional staff so that that can get under control. But yeah, I'm going to stand by my point that I really don't see 96 hours as something that's typical. Currently, we have agreements, but moving forward, I think using the maximum of 80 for directors and maybe 40 or 60 for other staff is reasonable.
I just wanted to hi, it's Dana Mason, Finance Director. I wanted to quickly report, just point out that chart at the bottom wasn't part of the ordinance. So that was just for example and extra information. So if council wanted to add specific amounts for each type of position, it would have to go into the ordinance. But then that doesn't leave a lot of flexibility if workloads do change or if somebody doesn't actually need that additional time. So this was just for an example down here. It's not part of the ordinance.
Yeah, so the current administration, this is correct, right, Dana?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And the recommended, that was just a staff creation. I don't think, that's been anything Mayor Ucklanger has concluded.
That's absolutely right.
All right, any other questions or comments here? And if folks are too tired, we can also move this to the next meeting. I'm seeing a couple of heads nods. Councilmember Lingo, did you want to go before, and we can bring this back to the next meeting as well?
Well, actually, my suggestion is to bring it back to the next meeting, because I would like to know, since this is the staff information, I'd like to know where the mayor stands on how this would actually be scheduled. And that would be helpful, I think, for a final, swing at this. So
happy to do it. All right, so if there's no objections, we'll move on to our final piece of business, which is Agenda Bill 21-79B, Consultant Services Contract, 3rd Avenue Design. Mr. Lenishevsky.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Remaining citizen, Steve Lenishevsky, Public Works. At the previous meeting, when I was out of the office, you did see a $1.2 some odd million number for a full design contract for 3rd Avenue. So with that being where it was, staff went back and worked with the consultant to derive a reduced fee and a reduced scope of work, setting us down the preliminary path and getting as much upfront information acquired as possible. That number from KPG is $352,321. Very detailed scope of the work to be provided, and I think that is a really good balance to get us started down a path to then know some total project costs. I had one set of questions, and total project costs for this level of preliminary work is included as part of our TIP. So those are the numbers that are currently as accurate as we can provide. Going through this exercise will get us to understand the project, work on limits of the project, understand all the elements with subterranean work, drainage, culverts, that sort of thing, and then help us prepare a better estimate of today's dollars, knowing more of the details of the project as we move forward. So that is my response to kind of project costs in hand. And I'm not sure if there are any other specific questions on this. I would be more than happy to entertain some at this time. This is some of the other questions too. It is a TIF eligible project. If you do notice the TIF percentage, if you did check the TIP, lots of acronyms, Transportation Improvement Plan relative to the Transportation Impact Fee derivation. So about 20% of this project is traffic impact fee eligible, which means it's growth related. So 80% of that project deficiency existed prior to current development. So I know it's hard to fathom, like, you don't use this road until all this development happened. Well, that's not how it works. It's what are we servicing community-wide, new development or existing citizenry, which that's the big difference in traffic impact fee expenditure. You can use those fees at any point. You could use all your TIF up front. You could split it up as you go. You can use it at the end. It's flexible, it's eligible, and trying to find my notes, and they're hiding on one of my screens. So with that said, is there a question in the chat? Oh, no. Any other questions on this topic?
Councilmember Lingle, then Schaefer, then Mayor Pro Tem Remington.
About this, I want to make sure I wasn't muted. Okay, first thing, I'm happy about the fact that the scope has been adjusted, and it seems like it will take us a lot closer to reality. That said, I was asking for a total development cost, and I honestly think that we should be able to start with some type of a ballpark that gives us a little more detail in that direction. And, you know, Steve, you and I have talked about this. I mean, even back a year ago or so, you know, you had a number of in excess of 6 million. I think we all can get a sense at this point that it's probably more than that. And so that part of this is a disappointment. The other thing that I'm concerned about is you're going to be submitting a grant application in 2022 for additional funding for this. And the grant applications you provided to me before have letters included in them that affirm that, you know, we're going to find the rest of the money for these things. And that isn't necessarily the case when you're at a preliminary stage like this. I mean, you could reach a stage and go, whoa, you know, the traffic study doesn't really support that we do all of this. It could come back that we can't afford all of this. It could come back, you know, that we're going to have to issue bonds for this, the water treatment plant. I mean, there's this running list of things that we're going to have to figure out how to finance. And the purpose of my request for a total development cost is so we can better understand the project. It is not meant to criticize you, or your staff. It is not meant to, make anyone fearful. It's so we understand it better. So as we make funding choices, we have an overall sense that we're performing our duty as a council, frankly, for overall oversight. And this is a huge project. It's going to transcend my time on council, I feel certain, and probably a lot of other people. And so for me to vote for this now means that I'm changing my request for total development cost, because that's what I asked for. But let me just point out one thing in particular. One of the things that we really need to understand with total development cost is what it costs for us internally. And we don't even have a number for that. In comparison, you gave us that for the police station. I realize that's a much smaller project, but you're an experienced project manager. You're very experienced in doing a terrific job as our public works director. So I'm pretty confident that you know what it takes to implement a project, even if it's only defined as this pre-development stage. And so for me to support this, I need to know what you think it's going to cost internally for you guys to supervise this work. And, you know, to that point and to the point of the overall total development cost, you know, we have a huge list of folks to call to try to get some better ideas about costs. That's why we've invested and committed 1.19 million in on-call contracts. And so I just feel like council should be getting a little more information about the big picture on this project. And I know it's hard, but in all the project management stuff, you know, I've experienced, and I have to be candid, project managers know their costs. They know they might trend. We should understand there's contingencies, but we should at least have total development costs for this complete phase. And we don't even have it for the staffing impact. And that is really, really important to me, because I have felt continuously that we have to look at whether or not we have enough staff in public works to do everything that's on that CIP. And council decided not to prioritize and on that CIP. And I am very uncomfortable with the idea that letters would go into a funding source that say, hey, you fund this portion, we'll figure out the rest. I think those kinds of letters need to be much more soft. And I guess that's all I have to say. So I'm pleased with the fact it's been scaled appropriately. I think the scope of work makes sense. The outstanding pieces for me is I'd like to know what the staffing implications are, what that you estimate that's going to cost. I can accept that if it's just for this phase of the work, but we really need a commitment to get a bigger, more complete picture of this project. And if we can't have that now with any certainty, I understand that. I truly do. But we have to start somewhere on this one. It's just way too big, way too much risk, and will go on way too long. So I guess that's where I'm at.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Okay, well, I'm going to probably add to Steve's to-do list here, but Steve, here's what I'd like to also understand on this. Last time when you were here, we talked about, well, reducing the scope, which you and your staff did, and thank you very much for that. I'd like to, and I haven't done a side-by-side analysis yet, but I'd like to get a better view of how we reduce that scope. Reason being is I want to make sure that first and foremost, we kept safety concerns in there for intersections or whatever that maybe currently are unsafe. Secondly, that we consider necessary infrastructure costs, storm sewers, for example, so we don't have flooding issues or anything like that. I suspect that's exactly what you did. I just need a better view of that's how you prioritize things in reducing the scope. So that just kind of general information would be appreciated.
Sure, and that's, back to Dorothy, Councilmember Lengel's point, the reduced fee from consultant KPG is to get us to a better understanding, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you it's, probably 25% of the project manager's time just to go through this process, public meetings, coordination, all that. That's a reasonable number for this level of project. Councilmember Schaefer. So yeah, the scope reduction drastically dropped because we reduced a significant amount of the production, right? If you're not going to put 100% plans, PS&Es out, you're not getting into production, you're not getting into the labor money. So you're doing all the preliminary work that is exactly as we did before. We're ferreting out which direction storm drainage is going to go, doing some work on all of those utility items preliminarily, picking out the sections on a block by block basis. All the traffic analysis is still included, so there's no reductions in safety. But again, you're getting to a 10% plan set. You know where you're going, but you have no details yet of how to build it in that way. So that's something where we know enough of property right away acquisition should we need some, which would be a next step. You're getting into more of the details on cut, fill, import material, export, and all that. So that's a significant reduction in the cost. So
Okay, yeah, thanks, Steve. I appreciate that.
Mayor Pro Tem Remington.
Thank you. Well, Director Laniszewski, every time I drive that, I get goosebumps with the possibilities. I mean, I'm just so happy that we're starting to dive in here. I support making sure we get as much information as we can. I get that there's a little bit of catch-22. You got to hire somebody to help, figure out some of that. And so I think that, the more that we can get, the better to help us understand. This is a long-term project. So here's my question. Is this going to help us with grants? Because we can't do this entire project, multi-million-dollar project without grants. And many times they expect that you have these design things done ahead of time so that they can try to see what their grant's going for. Is that part of what this is about as well? That as a community, we can get these early designs and understand the costs, and that those that provide us the grant funding see that we've got some skin in the game, that we're serious about it, that there's actually some information that they can look at to say, yeah, this is a good project, and they'll put money into it.
Yeah, so each granting agency is a little different. However, knowing more definitively your timelines is the larger concern I've seen the shift from those groups to in the last 5 to 10 years. They have no interest in giving grants out into their biennial budgets that can't get spent, right? They're on the hook for their books. So believe me, that is a significant weight when you're going in through the competitive granting process. Like, what's your phasing? How fast can that phase be done, whether it's design and engineering or right of way or construction? And when are you going to get, what are those timelines? So those are critical numbers. Getting through this preliminary phase gets us certainly closer to a better understanding, because, right now we're guessing at everything, right? So good news is water main is there. We're not really buddying up like we've done on other large capital projects. I know Councilmember Bernicki's been around, and when Mayor was council member on Main Street, right, we had all kinds of hands in the pie to help out, right? Sewer was doing work, water was doing work, storm was doing work. So there are other ways to fund projects fairly, but this one will be a little more limited. It's certainly roads, certainly storm drain utility, but not a lot of other infrastructure. Sewer and water is projected to be part of this deal. So it will be harder to garner those funds. Federal, state, we will be looking at all. This road was recently reclassified, so it is a federally classed arterial. It's a smaller one, but it's still on the list, so that opens up doors. And maybe again, being hopeful, I can assure you, when we started the last one, we had less money in the bank to do that job than we did this, and we got there. And I think you have to have a little faith, because we know we will never fund majority of these jobs on our own. So we will have to get granting agencies. We'll have to have partners. With the recent round of state appropriations, that's another bit of good news. And I think safety and development, and we have a compelling story for plenty of granting agencies. But never say never, but I can't guarantee anything. How's that?
Steve, is this going to be multiple phases?
That's
I mean, your estimate.
part of the preliminary look is understanding that, because there is some significant grading when you're going from Stevens to Kennedy, and maybe you have an alternative section there, right? So that's a big part that we will work to find out on how we phase, if we need to phase. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Brodnicki.
I don't know if you can tell, but you guys are losing me here. So let me say this before I totally fall asleep on my desk. I've worked with Steve for over a decade, and we did some very, very big projects. And from my experience of working throughout the years on, do you remember slip lining the sewer system? That's the pipes and all of that, every single process the staff handled. He did do a remarkable job in nailing those where we needed monies. We got grants and funding, and he is correct in that, you know, you do have to go through that design process. You can't just show up and say, hey, I got this project and I need money. They have all these different criteria that they're going to require, and you need the consulting services to get all that information and put that together. And so over the years, I just want to say that I've watched, you know, Public Works go through this process many, many times. They've always done an outstanding job. We have gotten through all those projects throughout the years, very huge projects. And so I'm not really worried or concerned, but I'm very tired.
Thank you. Councilmember McHenry.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think that I definitely hear the concerns, but I think this is a crucial first step for this project, is to get this information. There are a lot of aspects to the Third Avenue design that are complicated and that we need to have engineers address, and all the different, you know, all the different tasks outlined in this revised scope. So I would just like to see this get done so that we can then go toward the next step and go from there. And I understand that may not be the preferred method for the long term, but for right now, I think that's what's in front of us and that's what makes sense at the time.
Thank you. We have not heard from Councilmember Councilmember Napland or Councilmember Hoag, so I wanted to provide an opportunity quickly before I circle back. Councilmember Napland.
Yeah, I just wanted to say how much I appreciated that we kind of brought in the scope to do the preliminary work before going to, you know, final design drawings of everything, getting a better understanding of cost and possibly different options for approaching this up front before we go to final design, I think is a good idea. And I just asked an additional question. I want to bring it up because I'm on the Snoqualmie Valley Transportation Coalition. I think they changed their name, but that's close enough for now. Steve, what did they change the name to?
It's too late to recall.
Do you remember?
No, I'll look it up.
I know. And they changed the name because they thought the name was confusing. But anyway, that aside, one of the goals of that group is to promote, you know, transit and making sure our roads are compatible to transit. And so one of my comments I had sent to Steve is, can we make sure that when we design this, that Third Avenue will support buses if that becomes a circulation route that makes sense. And in my opinion, when I look at it, I think that makes perfect sense to kind of route up, have one route that possibly is a little higher off the hill than Main Street to capture all that high density housing we're building in that area. So Steve, you might want to answer that question for everyone else, but I was excited by the answer.
So Snoqualmie Valley Mobility Coalition.
There you go.
Much different than Snoqualmie Valley Transportation.
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit of history too, in working with, obviously we don't do our own buses. King County Metro serves us. That's an argument in terminology, but they are here and available, maybe less than they used to be, right? But part of the reasoning that they only came to Winwood Duval Road and then downtown is there was no looping ability to the south. right?
Mhm.
Currently, the last 10 years, there wasn't anything there either. You had a Safeway and people parked there too and did their own kind of private stuff. But, you're going to have Duval Village on the west side. That'll be a stop. We've already talked to planners preliminarily a couple of years back and then right before COVID on what was coming. And then, up Big Rock, hit the roundabout, come up Third, and they end up back in downtown right where they were anyway. So it's on the radar. Again, no promises because we all have seen our transportation services from Metro diminish. But I think, knowing we're all working on that together too. And higher density housing will completely generate more trips, which they're in the business of putting, trips on a bus. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Great.
Thank you. Councilmember Hoag, did you have any comments or questions?
I don't, but thank you for reaching out and making sure that I wasn't missed, but I don't have anything to add.
All
Thanks.
right. Councilmember Lingle had her hand up and then we are at 11:10. So if council's ready to vote, I would ask you to suspend the rules and do some quick motions so that Steve and his team can move forward. If not, let us know and we'll bring it back one more time. So Councilmember Lingle.
Yeah, two questions. You said it takes 25% of a staff time to manage this project. Can you tell me exactly how much that is? I shouldn't say approximately how much money that is, including salary and benefits.
In the previous item on the agenda, I used the number that is cooked by finance that is reported as our billing rates. So when we bill people out, so that number I was using, I'm just going to go on a 2080 work year, 0.25, $95 an hour. So 49,400 would be 25% of a PM based on our billing rate table, which isn't exact per wage and bennies, but it's the number again finance cooks annually. Does that make sense?
So does somebody have the number?
Yeah, I just said 49,400.
49,000. Okay, for over 8 months, we're gonna spend $49,000 on staff time.
I'd put it at a year at 25%.
Okay. Okay, so my second question is this, and this is really to council. So is what council saying is that you're willing to spend $300 and some thousand and not get an update on what this project may cost for over the next 12 months? You don't even want a check-in point over the next 12 months on what this project's going to cost. Is that what everyone is saying?
So to be clear too, as we define the corridor, those are not my decisions. Obviously, those are recommendations that I want support on. So we will be coming back in all to be frank. So we're not gonna disappear today and come back in 12 months with a new baby, right? We're gonna come back and talk along the way. So I have no hope to do this in a vacuum.
So as Councilmember Bernicki said, you are very experienced. You've been involved in a lot of projects. When would you anticipate you would come back to us with your first set of numbers?
Oh, I would come back to you before we had numbers and give you highs and lows of the corridor, right? KPG is going to do a great job walking us through this, and we'll do the same with you folks. I don't remember exactly how many trips they had to council programmed in, but
I don't care if I hear from them. I just want to hear from you.
Sure. Well,
save your consulting time.
We're paying people to do a job too, so they are here to do that. And even after the pandemic, I would hope that we can do some of these meetings to save some of that labor to do virtual meetings with some consultants and whatnot. But yeah. So I don't have anything else to share with you about. Then we will be coming back periodically along the way to help develop the project. So you're not going to show up with an estimate in phase 1 completion.
Yes, I know. I've been there. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
All right.
So we don't have. So in other words, we don't know.
Councilmember McHenry.
I was gonna make a motion if everyone was done asking questions.
I think everyone is, yes.
I move we approve AB 21-79B, authorizing the mayor to execute a contract with KPG for the design and engineering services detailed in the revised scope of work.
So quick
Second.
question, do you want to suspend your rules or do you want to move as is?
I mean, I was looking at the council review history on the agenda bill and it looked like, I mean, I don't know, there are multiple things. So,
Okay, because this is definitely the second time the agenda bill's been.
okay,
seen,
I'll move to, do I need to rescind or can I just go ahead and put a new motion up? To
I think you can
suspend?
move forward without doing your suspension of rules is what I was trying to say.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm
got it. Okay.
tired too.
All right, and so we had a motion by Councilmember McHenry, a second by Councilmember Brodnicki. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes, and I'll just say, I'm very excited about this project. I know when most of you first got on council, this was a concern as the development started going in. And these projects take time. They take lots of money gathering to put together, and this is a really big step. So thank you for supporting Mr. Laniszewski on moving this project forward. I have full faith and confidence that we will procure the funding over the long run to do the corridor in phases and achieve that goal of having a really functional corridor for pedestrians, vehicles, transit, et cetera. So thank you all. And thank you all for the good conversations tonight. It was a challenging night. And I think everyone handled everything very well and it's much appreciated. And unless there are objections, we are adjourned. So good night, everybody.
Night, everyone.